Good morning, everybody. How we doing? Right. Nope. It's there. VIX getting ready to open at 1980. SPX. Boom. Okay. What kind of upside potential does a relief rally have? Probably around 4150, depending on how far we drop. I would just be careful of one. It's not so much that it would be driven by calls right now. There's not a lot of positioning for it, but it could be driven by puts closing, right? So we have dropped quite a lot pretty rapidly. We're approaching delta neutral. It's a good thing to be aware of at a very minimum. I believe delta neutral is still right around here. Jimmy doing some opening pumpies. Where did VIX go? Hello? Hold on. Hmm. Okay, well, that's odd. Yesterday's drop was higher volume than our pump. So I think it's sustainable for now. I think if we're gonna find support, maybe here at 4120. I need off the back of like overnight capitulation on puts that were held overnight. There's VIX. That took a really fucking long time to update. Why does my Weeble always forget the stocks I'm watching? You make Weeble, right? Hank and Anki candles? No, I don't. Think Fubo will go lower from here or bounce again up to 2 like it has the last few times since earnings. I think the persistent market sell-off will help it drive back towards $1.50, but it could still take some time, I suppose. Are Express earnings a cause for concern? How were they? Bad? Not particularly, or at least I don't know. I'm not particularly concerned. Gross margin is 16.6% of net sales in quarter one, down from 29.9% in the year ago quarter. Merchandise margin contracted and comparable sales fells. Highly promotional retail environment, challenging macroeconomic landscape. The clothing retailer joint venture with WHP Global and the acquisition of Bonobos created a royalty expense. Okay. 70 cents to the pre-market trading. Yeah, I mean, the recent acquisitions weighing on the earnings pretty significantly, and the macro environment still doesn't favor them. But I mean, I'm just accumulating more. I bought a bunch the last time it was around this price too. I'm not particularly concerned with the outcome of this earnings. And I guess I wish they were better, but I think there's plenty of time, and there's really not any significant risk of bankruptcy. Although there is now a greater risk of like a reverse split. Outside of big market correction, how likely is sub $1 on Fubo? Decent earnings seem to have propped it up a bit. I mean, I don't think very likely. It didn't sustain below $1 even before it had decent earnings. So, um, yeah, outside of a major correction, I don't see it happening. If it does happen during a major correction, I'll probably buy more. I mean, so far they've kept in line with their plan to reach profitability by end of 2024. So until there's a failure in that strategy, I'm gonna stay long on it. Thanks, Strat9. I appreciate it, man. How you doing this morning? Why do I keep buying thousands of Express shares? I don't know. You could be stupid. BTU headed under 20. Yep, I think we might see it hit like the 1860, 1850 range. I've tried to be pretty patient with it, and I was kind of hoping that a market downturn would help ease the price even more. So far it has, um, which I'm excited about. I would very much like to buy BTU below my original cost basis. I have a lot of credit accrued from selling CCs on it, so No data from brokers. You should probably get live data, Jonathan Winder. If you're not getting data in the first 15 minutes of the day, there's a problem. You think there'd be a better term than reverse split? It reminds me of JPA's disinflation. Why not just stock merge and deflation? Well, deflation and disinflation are different. Um, but yeah, reverse split's the best they got, I guess. Bear flag there for a bounce to gap fill because this market makes no sense. On SPX, mm, mm, I would say that if we're going to get any kind of bounce, we're probably pretty close to it. I don't know where it would bounce to. There's very little call interest at the money. Maybe 41.35, 41.40. Those seem to have the most interest. But we're not seeing calls come in like we normally do. Not happening. Not with my 412 put wall. I would still be a little patient on entering anything on SPX right now. Maybe the correct answer here is VIX is still rising. It's tricky. It's very tricky. 41.35 futures. Yeah, I think if things get bullish here, it's going to be very brief. Holy fuck, calls are expensive. Oh, is it because of the dot plots today? Jesus fucking Christ. I don't even want to buy those. Well, he's pretty stable right now. Tesla's approaching resistance at 180. Looks like it's continuing to drop. S&P down a little bit more than NASDAQ today, but Russell and Dow also down. Yeah, that doesn't look bullish. Maybe we get like a sharp rejection on VIX 20. I'm not seeing any positioning coming in that looks particularly good for the call side. 54 hours of theta, actually a good deal. Better, yeah. Alert, we have touched VIX 20. Yes, we have. Interesting. I don't know, I'm trying to see something here. So maybe I'll pick up some, like... It's a little bit of momentum's picking up on the bear side here. None of the puts are really taking any profits. So I think we might start to dip. What's up, PNW, dude? Welcome back. Good morning, Gert. Can you turn up your mic? It's lower than usual. No, it's not. It's just the same as it usually is. I'm just sitting further away from it. What's DN again? Delta on SPX? $41.32.44. Huh. Tesla slipping. All right, so kind of bounced on resistance there. Tesla has like long-term resistance at 180. Okay. Microsoft's still holding up okay. Nvidia falling off. QQQ overall is falling. Meta's up a little this morning. Apple's up today. Google down. Amazon up. AMD down a little. Okay. Sorry. I'm just trying to piece together what's going on here. It's been so long since puts held, I forgot what it looks like. Lily bounced 27 cents. Not hard. Okay, now Lily's bouncing hard. Lamb. Not that hard, though. It's just bouncing back to 41.25. DFV Sun. For those who are invested or interested in buying crypto, check out meme coin Grumpy Cat BNB. Ugh. Gross. What the fuck was that? DFV Sun would be such an idiot. How do I short that coin? Yellen speaking in 15 minutes. Should I buy a call somewhere? I don't want to buy calls. They're overpriced. Hmm. Yeah, there's quite a lot of put interest at 4,100 right now. The closest relevant call interest is at 4,150. I don't see like more calls coming in to the upside. Although maybe there's some resistance at 4,110. Is that, yeah, the FOMC, the dot plot from last month's meeting comes out today. I thought Yellen delayed until June 7th. Last I heard, she reiterated June 1st. No, not a rate announcement. Just the minutes from last month's meeting. 3.5 to 1 watching to like ratio. Pickle jarring FTD the like but FTDing the like button. If you guys could hit the like, it's a big help. I appreciate it. If let's say you didn't own any Upstart, how long would you wait to buy some? I have some buy orders between 22 and 18. Do you think it's possible for it to drop more than that? Yeah. Yeah, I do. It could probably go back to like 15. It might even go back to 13, although it's more of a stretch now than it was previously. I love being in the money. That is all. It's pretty great, right, Dork? It's the best. Yeah, it looks like ES is pushing down to 41.25. I guess if any long side support comes in, we need to be watching futures. Because there isn't fuck all on the SPX options chain. I'll try to be patient. I want to scoop up some shares. For sure. Buy Netflix calls. They are the no matter what we pump mega cap today. If market reverses, Netflix will rock it. Really? Netflix is rolling out their like password sharing thing in the US, which lost them like 20% of their subscribers in test markets. Finally, someone who has more shares of GME than you. Did you see the guy with 1.4 million shares on Superstonk? No. That's also probably fake, right? I'm on a roll with my scalps. Makes me nervous. For sure. Gork, my hedge isn't printing. Yeah, I mean we're breaking down pretty hard here. We're moving into test 41.25 on futures right now, so I'm gonna get some stops in place. I got a couple days on these. Order entry. It's like 1650 is fine there, right? All right. Tesla broke down through resistance. It's still got a few cents more to go, but before it's confirmed, but it is below. It's like Lily's morning pump is failing. Cool. Good price for BTU right now. I'm trying to target 1850. What's it at? 1960 1960. So yeah, I think if we continue to get a correction, cheaper prices are going to be possible. Coal's the price of coal's been going down a little bit lately, so that's kind of putting a little bit of tailwind on it too. When do you decide to cut green long dated puts? Well, either when they're too profitable for me to continue holding them, or um, when I think my thesis is played out. You can always cut them and reposition, although repositioning today is kind of expensive. You keep humming the fail song from The Price is Right. It's bringing back terrible childhood memories. What exact price do you show SPX futures at, if you would? Comparing to my paid data again, looks like futures are trading at 41.2850 right now. Now 41.28, 41.28, 25, 28, 25, 28, 27, 75, 28. Thoughts on FOMC today? It seems like they should announce a rate hike. But today's not a decision. It's just the minutes, the dot plot. There's no meeting today. Yellen speaking in 7 minutes. Cool. It's the dot plot. They just released their their data set from the prior meeting. It's like what they base their decision on. I'm paying and it's still not current. TradingView can shove it. Are you paying for the right data? You have to buy the data package from TradingView. SGX daily chart really looks like it's going to absolutely dump. I know. It's quite bearish. I have a couple of bear debit put spreads that are fully in the money for June 2nd. Is it better idea to hold for max profit with wide, i.e. 10% max profit, stop, or tighter stop and reposition? I don't know. What's your like cap? Like where's the sold put? Is the sold put in the money? And at this point, you only benefit from theta decay, right? 41. Okay. Hmm. I guess you could reposition. Probably like 41, 40, 40, 41, 50, since that's where all the calls are. Although, I'm not sure we're going to see a relief rally. It's just the possibility for one is high. A lot of puts have gone in the money, right? Yeah, I'd be patient entering anything on Costco right now. Did you look at Express earnings briefly? It seems like most of the knock is due to their purchase of bonobos over the last quarter. I've already got a $1 trailing stop right now, debating whether or not to move it to a 250 trailing stop. So 10% of max profit for a full 25 spread to be greedy versus let it stop out and reposition. I mean, the market can still move down a little bit more, but you're really not making any more money on it at this point, right? I mean, the only thing you're benefiting from now is theta decay. So I guess that would depend on how fast your rate of decay is. Like if it does it expire today? Does it expire this Friday? I don't know what the point of chasing the extra like little bit of profit is then. Yeah, more theta on spreads isn't always better. Because you can always add theta to them, but you can't pull it back. Do you still have the call side of your straddle? No, I cut it yesterday at gamma neutral. I still have I still have 3 overlapping straddle legs that are in the money from short straddles that I bought on the way up. Well, 2 now. I closed one last night. So I have well no, I have the one from this morning too. Fuck. Um so yeah, I have 3. I have 41, 45, 41.50, 41.55 put, 41.45 call. The call side of it today, I'd probably close it under 4,100. What are your thoughts on a bull put spread on Amazon? 100, 110, 616. Don't particularly like it. You're gonna sell a bull put spread into a descending, like the market does not look bullish right now. What's the implied move on Nvidia earnings? I have no idea. You know, it was shockingly small the last time I looked. Might be a little higher today. How far can SPY fall? 4080, 4050, 4000s. Not really out of the question here. And VIX is rising. Uncertainty's picking up. Looks like market makers pricing in about 3% today and 8% over the next week. On Nvidia. Call skews at about 5.6. Dow down 72. Well, we got an upgrade from UBS this morning. Crypto is dropping hard. Hey, Gert, good morning to you and all of your puts. This is pretty cool, huh? Yeah, I'm pretty happy about it. Fidelity asked me what I could do to improve its service, and I just put 0 DTEs. Yeah. I was not expecting my swing trade to be up 30% in 20 minutes. Would you get 4100s? Any hope for Nvidia 200 June 16s? Even with bad earnings, no way it drops to 100, right? Yeah, I don't see it dropping to 100. That'd be fucking like outside of like an invasion of Taiwan or something. It's not going to drop to 100. It's probably not going to drop to 200. It might, but they'd really have to fuck up. Did UVXY get an upgrade from UBS2? No, VIX is up though. Today's the ETF FTD day though, right, for GME? What was the next day that we had higher ETF FTDs again? No, today's only got 300,000. Tomorrow's the 500,000 day. GME's illiquid, but it does. I don't think it looks like it's gonna run. It still kind of looks like shit. If Nvidia dropped to 100, we would never see Gherk again. No comment. What about 4110, 4115 bear call spreads on SPX with 1 DTE? Okay, so I don't hate it. But I might well, why 1 DTE? Like I feel like I like that play as a 0 DTE better than 1. Although at that point it's probably just better to do like a debit spread. Admit it, you were mentally diving in your money pool like Scrooge McDuck at the thought of Nvidia 100. I wouldn't have to do any actual work for ever if that happened. Kirk would never tell us to our faces, but he actually has fun with the pickle jar. You don't look smart, Diamond Dick. No one's ever thought that when you've said things in here. No one's ever been like, oh man, that Diamond Dick guy, what a genius. Assuming this trend down continues, what likelihood would you put on SPX going below the recent low of 3,800? You know what happens at 38.85, right, OG rules? What's the difference between a debit spread and a bear call airway spread? A debit spread is bought at a debit. It has more like it has positive. It's positively exposed to volatility, whereas a bear call spread is a credit spread, and is negatively exposed to volatility. What happens at 38.85? We hit the JPM collar? Yeah. If, frankly, if bears get the price anywhere near the JPM collar, they're going to put every penny they have into driving it below it. It's like 40,000 puts. If Nvidia hits $100 and you leave us, may I please convince you to hire me to feed you grapes? It would be done only in the most professional manner. Please and thanks. Here's what I can do. I can hire you like a hotter wife that doesn't nag you about your MMTLP position so much. But I don't want you to feed me grapes. It's weird. You do know what happens if this bus goes under 50 miles an hour? Thanks for all the months, man. Up 350% on 4190. Is Ivy considered in cash settlement of SPX? No. It's just spot to strike. Which can be, you know, advantageous if you got fucked over and bought when IV was too high. You about to get stopped out. No, I'm not. What are you talking about? Relax. Hmm. I can pull back a little bit here. I don't want to pull back too much because I like they're profitable. I don't want to lose the profitability. But I can pull back a little while futures fucks around with 41.25. I think it's gonna fail. This bounce doesn't have a lot of volume, but it can rise higher before it does. Yeah, I got stopped out anyway. B of A upgraded Lily to 500. I don't care. I bought Amazon yesterday. I figured it would go up from here. Fair. Gamma neutral for SPX is 41.33. Or gamma neutrals, sorry. Delta neutrals 41.33. Gamma neutrals 41.72. It's tempting, but I'm a glutton for her MMTLP needling. How about hire me to take the wrappers off your ice cream sandwiches? I can even refresh in between bites with liquid nitrogen. Ooh. That's a service that should be provided that currently isn't. I'm trying to get an online certificate. I need to change my career. Trading only makes me like $70 a month. That's unfortunate. Think about that question for a second, hamburger helper. I got stopped out on my 526 position, 413p. Okay. My 405p is up 44% today. Nice. I want 3 down days on Lily, not 2 out of 3. Yellen better call it out personally. I have no idea what she's even saying. Subway Cub equals value add. I need 250k, like project manager. Well, I mean, you're definitely, it sounds like you're definitely not making that trading, so a new career choice might be worthwhile. I wish I was making $70 a month. Some guys have all the luck. They got my Friday 4100s. Help me be patient. I don't know. I had to stop there too. I don't think it was a bad choice. Any SPX walls on the way down? Like, what, calls? No. There's some more like 4140 calls coming in right now. There's some like in the money put profit taking, or out. I'm sorry, out of the money put profit taking, but not a lot in the money. 4120 still stacked. It's fucking 1.1 billion gamma. Hmm. VIX moving back up again. Futures looks like it's gonna fail. 4125. Like it dropped below, retested. The test is breaking down a little bit. Next stop's 4112, which is like the 4100 test on SPX. Fucking puts are overpriced. Hmm. This kind of looks similar to yesterday. Yeah, it doesn't look bullish. That looks more bearish. Call profitability over the last 45 days has slid to its lowest level since April 26th. I haven't traded SPX once today. Are you proud of me, Dad? Not even one? SPX being held up with flex tape. I think I have PTSD from the past couple of months. I sold out of all my puts, 526 and 616, and only have in case we crash puts now. Profit is profit. Yes, it is. Slowly rebuilding and waiting to reposition. Last month was rough. Still a pigeon whale. Fuck the pores. Coo. Um, I mean, a reposition here could be very beneficial, and if you got out of last month profitable, you did well. It was a rough one. Also, I don't know about you, but my in case we crash puts are looking pretty fucking fire right now. SPX IV almost at 30%. It seems really high. Yeah, I mean, some of it's for the Fed minutes later. What's your SPX thesis? That's gonna probably continue down. And my like long-term bear thesis is unchanged. My baby cubs are up 350%. What do I do? Reposition or spend on loose women? Up to you. Fire, but if fire was green, yeah. Do you ever play SOXS or SOXL? Rarely. I don't really like inverse ETFs very much. I don't play them very often. Or like leveraged ETFs. I might stream Nvidia earnings. Figures, yeah, some sort of carousel music will probably be appropriate. When do you think things will turn bullish again? When do I think they should turn bullish again? Or when could they turn bullish again? Would August SPX 4000s be a good play to cover JPOW's FOMC bought on the relief rally if we get one after debt ceiling quote unquote resolved? Trying to see what date would be best. I mean, the actual resolution of the debt ceiling could spark probably more repositioning than it will actual bullishness, but we could get a bounce. When could we turn around? I don't know. We're starting to get a little oversold here, so a relief rally is not out of the question. I don't know how long it'll last. Maybe like a day. Um, but we're probably getting pretty close to a point where the rest of the short puts need to close. Although they have just been closing this entire time, and we're really not near any short put resistance. There's very few left anywhere near the money now. I would say there's a good chance that we see, provided data remains unchanged, downs for a couple more days, or at least the rest of today and tomorrow. Maybe a bounce into the end of the week, as shorter dated puts reposition, but most of the puts coming in are longer dated. There is an expectation for a moderate correction here at least positionally. Should the market's worth like probably the market should be valued closer to like 32 3400 right now, but we're still very far from that. That would require a degree of rationality that doesn't exist. Still waiting for my broker to offer options on the market going right. Your broker does offer those options. $218 up on the day. That's a full-time job and 1 hour a day. Where the fuck do you work that $218 is a full-time job? Malaysia? Actually, I don't know what people in Malaysia get paid. Wendy's pays like $20 an hour now. Oh, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Now seems like a pretty good time to pick up Nvidia earnings calls as a hedge under 300. Could be. Could be. It's like $27.50 an hour for an 8-hour day. Ugh. Check DMs. I make $16 an hour. Yeah, but you're an idiot, half squart. What the fuck is that? Ew. RTK? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. It's still got a little more juice in the tank. Alright, I'll just wait. Almost got stopped out there. Thank goodness I didn't have stops in place. What was the price of your soul at a brokerage? I mean, I got paid mostly in commissions and bonuses. Also didn't work at a brokerage. Yeah. Like Fidelity? Make $60 an hour, but have more than 100K in student loans. I got rid of those. That was awesome. Paying off your student loans is awesome. Not because they're paid off, because you don't have to think about them anymore. Headed up to New York City next week. Any Middle Eastern restaurant recommendations? Specifically Israeli-style home cooking or street food? No. I really don't know any Israeli there are Israeli restaurants, but I don't know if they'd be. I did have a scholarship, but I still took out student loans. I make over $60 an hour plus benefits with no loans. Thanks, Union Building Trades. Nice. Nvidia back under 300. Nature is healing. Slowly. Mm. Where do I put my buy order in here? 38.30. Can still go up a little higher. Hmm. Yeah, this looks like it's getting ready to dump. God, they're pricing up puts so much. $32 to $45. All right. Just scalp 10% on some calls. Kind of wild if you just play certain setups and can get consistent. This whole thing is a lot more fun. Yeah. Yeah. Consistency is the best. And NVIDIA earnings going to trigger a market correction? It could. It's a lot of value. Where's the next downside support at on SPX? I mean, just psychological levels. Like 4100 is important. There's no like bullish positioning to the downside right now. Probably like 4100. Yeah. Although 4000's getting a lot of puts. It's just 4150. We're gonna trade sideways all day, aren't we? I don't think so. We're definitely hung up on 41, like 4125 right now, but I think eventually it's gonna fail. It might be failing right now. Like we're at least getting close. I think things get more bearish. Upstart. Ooh, yeah. Doing a little bounce there. I could just be covering though on a falling market. It's like about $1 a price improvement. Hmm. Interesting. Ah, shit. All right, this might be like the last decent bounce. What do you think here, Dork? Looks bearish as fuck, but SPX test 4120, you think? I don't know if it can. The ES is being a little bitch. First Citizens Bank laying off employees. Saving money. You're gonna get a bank crash as well? Probably not right now. VIX is stabilizing for now, but it seems like the SPX options chain is just repositioning. Yeah, I don't think it's repositioning on the bullish side either. Like any like candles that we've moved up, we've just seen more like in the money puts come in. Yeah. It's definitely puts repositioning, and they're not giving a lot of ground either. I think the longer this drags on, the lower the chances are for any kind of relief rally. How strong are the SPX sold call walls? I mean, they're not really very close to the money, but they're pretty strong. There's more that got sold at like 4,200, 4,180 when we were at the top, but there's not a lot of them down here. There'll probably be more added down here. Are you surprised that Upstart's IV didn't spike that much on the second run up? Makes puts a bit more worth it. Um, I think they are, yeah. I think they're worth it, starting to get worth it. IV's crushing out enough. To seeing GameStop squeezed 2 years ago, and I'm bag holding. If you're holding GameStop expecting it to squeeze, yes. Do you think for longer drags on less likely relief rally because it would mean the puts are staying put? Hmm. Yes. What's this? Oh, that's interesting. Nice, Dork. I'm trying to think of what that actually means here. I guess repositioning might be done for a minute. Debt resolution will cause a run. Briefly, it could, yeah. Or at least a pullback in the short interest. Although, ultimately, also bearish. How do you deal with leaving money on the table? I mean, you try not to, but it's inevitable. No, frequently I sell CSPs and CCs on weekly time frames. I would say it's more rare for me to sell. Like over 30 days is really rare. Dot plots at 2. Yeah, leaving some on the table is definitely always better than overholding. It's just greed. You need to learn that consistent, repeatable gains are more important than big fat ones. Do you think Fubo will return to 120-ish? It's possible. I mean, at least 150 is. I used that bounce to buy 0 DTEs in my Roth IRA. Do I belong here? Oh god, unfortunately. Yes. I mean, if you guys are, in an options position with 10% of your portfolio and you're up 30%, value investors wait years for those kinds of returns. Most hedge funds barely beat SPX. So when you're looking at like an option that's up 12, 20, 30%, that's you're beating the underlying. Can you believe the bear song if Nvidia crosses 295? Is 295 the gamma neutral? Or is it just where your spread is? Hmm, kind of close. Oh, I do need to close some bear spreads today. That's where the lowest sold leg on my spread sits. Oh, okay. Well, it looks like you might get your wish here in a second. Mm, that's getting a little more bearish. Okay. That's a nice continuation. Okay, I think we're getting. We might get our breakdown here. 4120 on futures. I mean, we're just a little below it right now. But this rejection actually has a little bit of momentum on it. So, and then yeah, I know the next resistance is really close, but there's a decent amount of profits to be made on that spread. I use the bounce to use the internet to search for one of those hotter wives you spoke of. How's that working out? Yeah, but 500% feels like you're losing your V card all over again. But those will happen anyway, right? Like the point is to have exposure, right? You know, your triple baggers and your quadruple baggers and 10x's, and those will just happen because you're in the market. But if you blow up your account, you can't have any exposure. because then you're broke. I didn't hear anything about it, EP Motorsports. Not true. You can just refill your account. Not everyone has that option, nor do they have such a large allowance from their wife. Popcorn Trader. So many majestic wife options. Wowza. Packing her bags up as we speak. It's gonna be a fun night. How many portfolios have you exploded? My fair share. But they were paper trading accounts. Like, my real portfolio has never been blown up because I practice risk management and positional allocations. You should never blow up your port on any position ever. There are definitely times where I've put my port at risk, but I got lucky. Nerd, I know. I blew it up twice in the last month. I'm sorry to hear that, Andre. Is losing 50% of a port at once considered blowing up? I mean, no. Actually, I've had drawdowns on my portfolio, big ones. When you moved to full-time trading, did your risk tolerance drop in the beginning because you knew that it would mean you didn't have an income? Um, when I first started trading like real capital, I was far more cautious than I am now. Yeah. But before I did that, I made sure I was already very consistent. So I wasn't afraid or anything. I mean, I had money saved up in case shit went south. I had a 75% drawdown in 2022. I think I hit 20% drawdown on my portfolio before. That was more than that, actually, if you count the GME position. I guess it would have been like 40 something percent drawdown on my portfolio before March OPEX last year. If March OPEX hadn't have happened, I would have lost about half my port. What's the largest percent down your port has been? Like 90, 92%? I feel like 90% of the pickle. I feel like most of the pickle jars are riskier than they should be because they have jobs and they don't rely on trading to survive. Probably. To some degree, disposable income and a job can really change that mental outlook because you've always got a paycheck coming in. Sounds like safe trading. It was worth it. Sometimes, very rarely, it's worth it to bet at all. Neither. They both have volatility decay. Owning leveraged ETFs sucks. How did you balance your trading practice while working full time? I didn't do my job very much. I mean, that's kind of the truth. Did you see Upstart returning to the $12 to $5 range? It could. I don't know if it will, but it could potentially. It looks like futures are just getting fucking hung up here at 41.20 now. This is bullshit. Too close to a bounce without enough drop. I'm gonna move my stops up. If this doesn't keep dropping, I'm gonna get out. 1050. Okay. There's really no room to move the stop here, I don't think. I guess I'll just move it to break even. Yeah, alright, so if this doesn't drop here, it looks like it's going to, but it could bounce. And if it bounces, I want to get out of these fucking overpriced contracts. Oh, come on. Do it. Sell off. Give me the cheddar. Oh, it wants to so bad. I didn't have a pickle themed financial advisor. My port has finally become sustainable with adding more. That's the real goal. I mean, right? You do want like a moderately diversified, like longer dated positioning that you can harvest income from, and then you can use that income to play degenerate shit. And then if the degenerate shit makes you even more money, then you have more income in the future, right? And so you can use a small amount of your capital for active trading while building a larger and safer, more stable income slash like buy and hold portfolio, right? And then eventually the buy and hold portfolio will get big enough that you can start to do really degenerate shit like me. You know, $20,000 lost on zero DTs isn't so bad if you can, make 30 grand selling weekly covered calls on one position. SPX, is there any strategy behind opening in the money debit spreads with the goal to have them expire in the money? Like opening zero DTE $5 spreads for 3.5, looking for it to expire for 5? Sure. If you can get the fill, seems seems like you're just gonna get priced out of the arbitrage that you're trying to capture. I get that staying in the lower range is good for the trend, but too many downward tests don't result in anything. The stability becomes good for a pullback, right? No. I'm not seeing any long positioning come in right now. So I think all we're seeing is shorts building up even more positioning to the downside. This doesn't look like we're seeing, like we're not seeing like 4150 and 4140 and 4135 calls being bought right now. We're just seeing more and more and more puts come in. Kind of like yesterday, when we stabilized in the early part of the day, and just it was just nothing but puts. Like no one was buying the 4,200 calls. They were sitting there, but no one was buying more of them. Except today, there's no calls to the upside, and people are just buying more puts. How would you overcome the mentality if March OPEX last year didn't happen? I mean, just pull back and be safer, right? That's all you can do. I mean, I can always make the money back. I had a high degree of confidence that GME would run eventually, and it did. So as long as I could sustain that position, and remember, you don't want to. You can be exposed to a position like that for a very long period of time if you manage your position well, right? I think Nvidia is actually, for the people that have managed to stay in Nvidia and stay short Nvidia, it's a very good lesson to learn. The market doesn't always do what you want it to do immediately. Sometimes it does very much the opposite of what you want it to do. And it can do that for quite some time, but that doesn't mean you're wrong, right? Um, and being able to manage that, being able to manage it moving against you, and going with the flow, hedging the upside, selling the theta where you can, using that to reposition. I've made more money in the last 3 months on like Nvidia call spreads than I made shorting Nvidia ever. And I've shorted Nvidia a few times. So you have to turn it to your advantage, right? Because the market's not always going to agree with you. But in doing that, I'm able to sustain and hold a longer dated and progressively longer and longer dated short position on Nvidia, right? And that's why I tell a lot of people, like, get a small position and learn to manage it versus YOLOing half your port into every position you think is going to print. I got my contract for $1 less than you did. Am I a stock god? Sure. Your confidence is annoying and hot. What's up, Ending? Good morning. Brief rally into debt ceiling resolution would be an awesome opportunity to go big short. Yeah, yeah, it could be a very good opportunity if there's any rally. Although I feel like the debt ceiling thing's kind of a sell the news event. How do you know when you're wrong versus when the market's just moving against your correct position? I mean, a lot of things. Experience is a big one. Being able to do the necessary analysis. But experience breeds confidence in your analysis. So, experience. The longer you're in it, the less fear you're gonna have. People are just scared of things they don't understand. And the better informed you are, the better educated you are, the more you pursue, you know, other analytical techniques and more market knowledge, the more comfortable you're going to be when things move against you, and the more you'll understand when you're fucked versus when you're right but need to hold on. Did I get stopped out of both? Yep. I'm just gonna wait at this point. Those goddamn motherfuckers. I mean, whatever. I don't care. I got out at a profit. It's better than it could have been. What if my fear is increased? Well, that makes you more cautious. It's really not good to be afraid of the markets though. I mean, it's a fucking stock market. It's not gonna like hurt you in your bed, hide in your closet and scare you in the middle of the night. It's totally gonna sell off now, probably. I'm gonna wait though. Futures scare me at night. I mean, they really shouldn't unless the move is like greater than 100 BPS. There's no like statistical correlation with repeat price action the following day. So like continuations on future overnight future moves that are small are pretty rare. A margin call is like not paying your credit card. Most of my Nvidia puts are down, and I currently have no hedge. Is it still wise to get a call hedge going into earnings? You want your puts to be even more down? I mean, yeah. If you're going to hold the position into earnings, then it's wise to hedge it because it's a binary event and you don't know the outcome. So, what you do is you reduce your profitability in order to offset your losses. I just got a pop up from my work Outlook that says it looks like your active hours are between 9:30 and 4 p.m. Do you want to set these as your working hours? Thanks for turning me into such a good, consistent employee. You're welcome, Tim Timmery. Congratulations. So, yeah, then explain why I watch futures so much at night, huh? I don't know. Obsessive compulsive disorder? I trade futures at night, so I watch them too. Because trading's better than your job and way more fun and intriguing. You know that's the right answer. As someone who sells calls, what would my call hedge being filled at the bid suggest? My order for 0.92 filled at the bid of 0.83. Thanks. I mean, it sounds like the stock moved. Did a limit order? How did your limit fill at 0.92? That doesn't even make sense. Call your broker? Why is SVX bouncing like you said it might 10 minutes ago? I mean, I don't really think it's gonna bounce here. It's just chopping more. It already got rejected from its brief attempt at 41.25. No, futures at least. Good to call Nopex. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really liking this very much. It kind of just looks like shit. It's still really illiquid though. That's so weird for it to be illiquid this long. What did I sell those at? Like 7? How far out of the money do I have to go here? Jesus fucking Christ. Like zero point 0.3 delta is $5 a contract. There's way too much fucking IV priced in for the goddamn Fed meeting. Or the Fed minutes. Whatever. Hmm. So Tesla did find support there. VIX doing the same volatility. VIX is kind of just choppy right now. The minutes drop at 2. I'm just happy I took lots of Fubo and Upstart profits off the table near the peak this time. Nice. Upstart might be my best stock ever traded. Thanks. No problem. Up 150% on puts I picked up last week. Even after the pump Friday, I was able to roll them up and out where normally I'd have lost all my monies. You're awesome, man. Thanks, Fret. Congratulations, dude. That's super cool. Market mechanics standpoint, when the dot plot comes out, will participants use this opportunity to temporarily push up to save calls? What calls? How do you see it playing out, Morpheus? I don't know. I mean, there's a little bit of call positioning on the upside, but it's very minimal. If there's any push up, it'll probably be in the money puts capitulating and then repositioning more puts to the downside. Are there options based on options? Like calls that SPX puts will go up? No. But I mean, I guess you could play like SPXS, like inverse funds, and then you could buy calls betting that SPX goes down. You're stuck here till after 2 p.m. Not necessarily. How do you roll up and out? You move your strike closer to the money and then you add theta. Generally, it's referred to in and out, but VIX options are sort of options on options. Yeah, that's true. Well, options on the spread on options. Did the Wicked Witch of the West, Yellen, already do her talk? I think so. Yeah, she spoke earlier today. How violent would a bounce be if we do big ouchie downtowns, and how would we know it's coming? Well, the first thing we'd look for is big buy volume on futures, which so far we're not seeing. The next thing we'd look for is shitload of zero DTE calls on SPX, because that's how they drive the bounces. I don't think their margins in great shape right now. I think that's why we're seeing sold puts close and no new sold puts being opened. If you've noticed, the short pressure on VIX has been relieved significantly over the last day and a half. Exhibit wishes Vivix had options. Yo, dog. I heard you like volatility. So how about you play the volatility of volatility? How would you position a bear skewed straddle on SPX? I mean, you want to choose like a ratio usually, and then straddles are at the money. So that part of like choosing your strikes isn't difficult. You just have to choose your ratio. Are you gonna do 1 to 2, 2 to 3? If big bounce, yes, target 4150. Um, yeah, yeah, I would say so. Not quite, maybe like 4145. I still think it looks bearish, but yeah, 4150 seems decent. 4150 or 4160. Maybe 4160. Well, 4160 is more important right now, but 4150 is more reasonable. Yeah, both sides are out of the money on a strangle. You think if the debt ceiling isn't resolved by the next Fed meeting, that would pressure the Fed to pause more. If the debt ceiling isn't resolved by the next Fed meeting, the US is going to default on its debt. So it'll probably be resolved before then. The quantitative tightening coming out of the Treasury, though, could, well, it's not quantitative tightening, but it's like quantitative tightening coming out of the Treasury would possibly give the reason, at least a reason to skip a rate increase. That doesn't mean they will. I mean, inflation still remains intractable, but hey, look, we're on the upside of 4125 again. How exciting. I mean, it's not QT, right? The definition of those is important. Even though it's a lot like QT. See you later, Maeve. I think JPOW was right that inflation is transitory. He just missed the bit where it translates into more inflation. I think he missed the bit where it translates into. Hold on. Okay. I think he missed the bit where it translates to entrenched inflation. If we see SPX 4100 calls starting to get sold to open, bounce imminent. Puts. I think if we see SPX 4100 puts getting sold to open, that could mean a bounce. 1 second. No, it was just my food showed up 30 minutes late. When does volume generally shift to the next futures contract? I don't know. That really depends. It doesn't always? Sometimes you, like, you were talking about the roll, right? Sometimes it's pretty late into the roll period. Where's the bounce going to get rejected? Well, it's either going to get rejected here or it's not going to get rejected. Yeah. I mean, usually once the roll date starts, volume starts moving over. But sometimes it'll start moving over well ahead of it. Sometimes it's a little more delayed. I would say normally it's like on the first roll date that you start to see the volume move over, and by like the third day of the roll period, most of the volume is then on the contract in front, or the next contract in front. Well, futures almost tested 41.35 there. So I think now is a good time to set my stops on these. Predicting the future again. Sorry. I learned a lot about compounding mistakes this week. I managed to make back losses from poor risk management last week, but had I not lost it in the first place, I'd have made much more. Yep, that's an important lesson to learn. I must be missing something. I put my entire NVIDIA position in option strat, and all I have to do is buy one weekly to pretty much hedge everything with minimal losses. What happens if you buy 2 weeklies? I mean, you're hedging spreads. It's not like crazy expensive. You're probably not missing as much as you think, but you might be able to hedge it more equitably. Is this the relief rally you were talking about? I don't know. We'll see if it breaks down. It started to. Yeah, we failed the 40-35 test. It looks like we're failing the 41-30 test. So step back down to 41.25 and then maybe get hung up there again. Although, if we get a bigger sell-off at the higher price, and like ES longs capitulate here, we could get momentum to the downside. Is the stop you set to reduce losses once we had a rejection? No, I set the stop in case it didn't reject and it continued up. Hmm. Buckwheat pancakes. Not bad. They were better than I expected them to be. Am I crazy, or does this look super bearish? No, it looks pretty bearish. I mean, you might be crazy, but I don't know if that has anything to do with the price action. What's up with Express today? Shitty earnings. McCarthy speaking in 12 minutes. Should I buy a call? God, they're so... Everything's just overpriced. I don't know what you're talking about. There is no DDS. I mean, are they? Shit is so fucking uncertain. But we already have the downside momentum. It seems like a waste of money to buy a call here. Fuck. There is no AMCDD. I've noticed you order out often. What are your views on tipping? I pretty much just tip 20% on everything. Sometimes I accidentally tip way more. If they reach an agreement on the debt ceiling, they sure as fuck would not let McCarthy announce it. This is true. No, there's mechanics that drive momentum. I would say momentum is more mechanically driven than sentiment driven. When do you project the best time to buy a house would be? I don't know, maybe a year from now. It might be a little longer. See how things look in a year. All right, I'll get a call, Dork, but only because it's gotten cheaper. Fuck, that's ridiculous. It's still ridiculous. Now I put a tight stop on it though. Fuck, I have to go out further than 20%? Bullshit. Terms who will lose his speakership should either they cave or likely no deal yet. Yellen may not disclose actual balances because she's sitting on more June cash coming. No, the balances are disclosed every day, regardless of what Yellen says. Yeah, McCarthy. I mean, McCarthy might lose his speakership anyway, regardless of the outcome of this. Discovered a secret power. I have a magical. I'm always able to perfectly time the top or a bottom of the move. I just frequently take the wrong direction. Sounds like you need to work on your entries. Yeah, people who don't tip people who provide them services are pieces of shit. If you want to fight for fair wages, fight for them, but don't use it as an excuse for being an asshole. When you publish the DDS DD, can you make sure to include his finishing move, the Diamond Cutter? Jesus Christ. This actually looks really bearish. Slow, low volume, but bearish. Is drive-through a service? No. If you're going and getting your own food, then tipping's kind of ridiculous, right? If someone's bringing your food to you, like you're eating at a restaurant or, you know, sitting at a bar or having food delivered, you should probably tip. Reservoir Dogs. I got SP 50 SPX 0 DTE 4050 at 30 cents. Am I gonna do 1200% Gherk from yesterday? Maybe. I haven't seen a self-service grocery station that asks for a tip. Yeah, tips are pretty rarely shared with the back of house. Oh, I'm glad I put that stop on that call. There's the momentum. Let's see if it persists. I can get hung up here on futures 4120. All right, I'll pull back the stop a little. I don't need to. Hmm. Ah, you bitch. That's all right. Hold on one sec. All right, 4100 gammas increased above the 4120 gamma, but neither one's moving. 4195's picking up a lot. Made some money the last couple of days. Cheers. Nice, dude. Congratulations. McCarthy says still far apart on things. It's pretty bearish. Uh-uh. What's Tesla doing? Just chopping? That doesn't look super hot. Lily? Just kind of flat today. 299. 300. All right. Does SLD end at 10 a.m. today, or was that yesterday? Yesterday at market open. Or Monday at market open, sorry. Today's Wednesday. McCarthy says Dems are the problem here. They're both the fucking problem. I mean, the issue here is that McCarthy's not going to get any traction on any of the Republican demands because the Democrats hold the Senate. And McCarthy doesn't have enough support in his own party to reduce the Republican demands in any significant way. And so there's definitely a stalemate here that's going to be difficult to overcome. I can't believe it might actually default. I mean, I'm sure an extension can get passed. I don't think it's the I don't think Congress is going to fight that. Some of them might though. The GOP is pretty fractured right now. NVIDIA's CEO, if we're deprived of the Chinese market, we don't have a contingency for that. There is no other China. There is only one China. Get fucked, Jensen. GD preprints tomorrow. Invoking the 14th Amendment's just as bad as a default. They're not going to make any fucking progress today. Even if he makes a deal, there's no guarantee of support in Congress. The protests and potential riots if we default will be entertaining. I'll stay at my apartment for a couple weeks. Is it worth opening a margin count for a small port for using spreads? Yes. Have you shared any thoughts about NVIDIA's earnings today? I mean, I think NVIDIA is a piece of shit. I don't expect their earnings to be good. But NVIDIA's been a piece of shit over the last month, and it's gone up 100%, right? Or last 2 months. So it's a binary event. Don't play it without a hedge. So the last time, November 21, NVIDIA was $300 a share. Jensen said it's the metaverse that will boost sales forever. Last quarter, it was AI. What will the narrative be tonight? I don't know, but they promised 8% quarter over quarter. It'll be funny if they miss. Quantum computing? Gorg, I'm making money. Nice, Dork. That's awesome, man. How much percent did SPX pull back on the previous debt crisis? Back in 2011? Fuck, I don't remember. 17? Yes, that sounds about right. Like 16 or 17%. SLD was last week and Monday morning. Lay off the political shit. Please try to refrain from having too much bias in your statements. If you're not going to discuss the effects of the debt ceiling on the market, then there's nothing to discuss. You could discuss political strategy, that's fine, but hyperbolic statements are not a discussion of political strategy. I don't care what party you're on, they both suck. With or without default, do you think any others might downgrade US from AAA? We're at AA plus. Our rating still hasn't recovered from 2011. I want a cat president. Probably be more useful. NVIDIA promises 8% growth. Analysts only predicts only 2% growth. Stock reports 3% growth and goes to new all-time highs. Nope, analysts have priced in an 8% revenue return quarter over quarter on NVIDIA. And analysts are going to price in NVIDIA's forward guidance. And they priced in all of NVIDIA's forward guidance. So NVIDIA better fucking meet it. Otherwise, a shitload of people that just bought NVIDIA above 275 are going to be very upset. I did not know that, Willem. I think we used to have a representative from California in here. Considering selling June 9th expiration CCs with OI at 800, is that OI too low? June 9th, CC, OI at 800? No, that's decent. I mean, look at the spread. Don't just look at the OI. For those that didn't watch the McCarthy presser just now, I can summarize briefly. It's not my fault, stated 100 times. Thanks, JFresh. He was the guy that ran but failed to be elected? Maybe, yeah. Or re-elected? I don't remember. Have you played with a cold smoke gun? No, but I've thought about buying one. A cat for president would cause the same issues we have now. All the cat people will love and support him no matter what, and all the dog lovers will hate him no matter what. It's true. Cats are divisive. Maybe like a corvid. Then you only have to worry about the birds aren't real people, and no one cares about them. I don't think the US is nearly as divided as the media makes it appear to be. I think we just have like 5% of people on either end of the spectrum that make the other, 90% of people look bad. Like, everyone here thinks these people are fucking nuts. Now, I will admit, with the advent of social media, this may be more like 70 and 15 and 15, but still. The centaur shoe theory. Mainstream media would never create outrage and divisiveness for views. Never. Well, 5 and 5% are very extreme, right? And then there's probably 10% that are moderately extreme. And then everyone else is pretty moderate. The issue is that it's not normal distribution anymore. It's becoming increasingly bimodal with a dip at the center of the curve. Fair. Everyone else is trying to make money and get laid. So even moderates are now much less likely to reach across and compromise. Oh, I mean, it's becoming more fractured. I don't deny that at all. It's not as fractured as it appears, but it is becoming more fractured. Hmm. Positioning's still pretty strong to the downside. There's a few more calls at 41.40 than there were, but not many. That's because I have asthma, Balani. It's not because I vape. We'll come together naturally as we start to look outward for threats. China, Russia, etc. are looming ever larger each week. Common enemy forms tribes. Yeah. Since we're talking about tinfoil theories, what are your thoughts on why one side of the foil is more shiny than the other? Doesn't that just have to do with the way it's like pressed? So what you're saying is we need an event to come together for war? America loves war. Where is the big downside positioning? 4100, 4150. 4115 and 4120 are both very strong today, obviously. 4000's getting kind of crazy. But I would say nearest our current price, 4125 and 4100. Interesting, or is that just what they want you to think? Huh. With NVIDIA IV this high, what is the best way to take advantage of it, knowing that it will most likely crush by at least 50% after earnings, regardless of the outcome? There's only like a 20% move priced in over the like next like week. That's so I don't see why it would crush 50%. But you can sell IV. You can short the volatility. I'm up 69% on my what? Has earnings oversold Express? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I'm up 69% on my Dole. Nice. Fucking. I was hoping that after earnings it would drop. It didn't. Dole is actually a fortress. I should have just bought triple, right? I should have just bought the. I was like, I'll DCA over the next like 6 months. Dumb. I've been eating so many bananas. Thanks for keeping the earnings up. How low will BTU drop? I think it could drop down to like 1850. And if we get like a bigger market correction, it could drop lower. Commodities haven't really heated up in any significant way right now. So this is this 4115 acting as a resistance to the upside? No. It's like 4120 on futures acting as a resistance. Most of our volume today has traded between 4120 and 4125 on futures. It's very boring, but there's also a lot of repositioning going on. More magic. Things are still pretty boring. And we're going into the lunch hour now. It doesn't look like things are going to get more exciting. We might get another break above like 4125 on futures in the next 10 minutes. But I don't think it'll be persistent. Wait, Fubo fucking what? How much are they? Dude, 150 puts for this Friday are 2 cents. Hmm. Yeah, put skew's not that great on Fubo yet. Dole shares are up 78% thanks to you. Since out lovely $7 is probably no more. When next buy-in range? I don't know. When's it gonna stop fucking going up? I don't particularly want to average up my position on it. Like I bought enough that I don't want to average it up. Oh, well, futures got rejected. Can we actually get some fucking momentum now, or do we have to wait till the Fed minutes? Who's the cunt that keeps buying 4110 calls? Walking? Maybe. Good to know. I didn't know that the market waited for you to go into a meeting. Jelly. I want you to know I turned down the job offer I asked for your advice about a couple weeks ago. I specifically referenced you in my decision. I couldn't leave the cult. Thanks, Dad. I'm assuming that your job offered you more money. I'll likely be visiting the plantation while on vacation in Hawaii. The super secret inside knowledge would you like me to look for? I don't know. Just see how the pineapples look. Grab one, check it, make sure it's healthy. We mill two layers in contact with each other at the same time because if we didn't, the foil would break during the milling process. Where the foil is in contact with another layer, that's the dull side. The shiny side is milled without being in contact with another layer. Thanks, Reynolds Wrap. That's DFV gambling with his GME CC money. I got an SPX option. It went green. I set a trailing stop. Now what? I think you figured it all out. What put expiration would be most reasonable for swing trading? The May 31st and June 16th expirations have the best liquidity right now. I think on SPX daily chart, there's a bearish pennant from October last year, roughly. Yep. That breaks down near 4110 today. I think that's why 4110 is contested. It's not heavily contested. Moderately. Don't worry, the put buyers are more than happy to stay right here and buy out of the money puts right now. Um You bitch. Tesla's still pretty reactive to index pressure right now. I think it's got some like OPEX obligations under the hood that are being realized still. I might have had an early entry. I wonder if I should buy more puts. Hmm. I want to average down my 40, 50, 0 DTEs, but they won't go to 0. What gives? Wait to see if that little bounce happens above 41.25. No, futures already broke down from there. So now we'd be seeing if we bounce off 41.20 and return to 41.25, right? Super exciting. Ooh. A little volume down below 41.20 here. That's what I like to see. That's correct. Although, that would have been better there. Why didn't you get a signal there? Is it because of the 0 line? Shit's getting more bearish again. What is that? Is that... Russell? Russell sliding? A little bit. Huh. That's kind of curious. You buying that tinfoil theory explanation? I don't know, man. It seems sus as fuck. But why are you concerned with that? The prices hit the floor. Upscore still have a chance? At what? It already fucking broke Gamma Max. What are you doing? Flama. What's up? You chasing the dragon? He FOMO'd. I was about to pull a McLovin. I'm worried. That was cool. I got stopped out on that contract, but I got a fill at 520, even though my stop was at 470. I'll take that all day. What a fucking mess, right? Let's see if my 4100s go in the money. Feud's pooping, starting to. Dork, should I close out my 4155s? My 4150s and my 4145 puts? I have theta. Like a pretty decent amount of theta. The 55s are for Friday, but the 50s and 45s are for the 31st. Those Friday puts are kind of dangerous. Yeah. I mean, they're only $51 in the money. I mean, they won't go out of the money. Probably not. I just wanted to see what your answer would be. My assessment is that you're not greedy enough yet. I do have a stop on them. I have like it's pretty wide though, like 15%. As long as the cash settlement meets the premium, you win. The only smart thing I did today, besides getting stopped out at 10% on like 50 sets of different contracts, was I sold 4140s against my 4145 call side straddle from last night. So I just sold like a 2 DTE spread on it. Yeah, that was smart. I did it like right at market open, as soon as I could get the fill. So I'm losing a lot less on holding that extra call straddle leg. Although I think now if we close below delta neutral, I'm gonna start skewing the straddles a little bit more bearish. Maybe like 2 to 3. So I'll do like 1545. Yeah. Do you think OPEC will cut production in the next 2 weeks? I mean, they can't really cut production. Will they store more oil in the next 2 weeks? I don't know. Prices are kind of favorable right now. You think they really want to try to get it to $100 a barrel before summer? It's unlikely. Next level, probably 4080. Yeah, 4050 seems more important than 4080 now. 4080 was more important before when there were a lot of short puts at 4080, but those are mostly closed. Quote unquote cut production. I think they have the political wiggle room to try. I mean, it benefits them, but it's risky. Permian extraction is way the fuck up right now. They're already starting to play a dangerous game with the US. They're not going to want to push that too much, right? Better to be meek than show your strength kind of situation. There'll be a point in time where the political backlash is worth it, but I don't think now is that time. Maybe if we technically default. At least if I were them, that's when I would do it. Do you think the positioning and price action looks like May 2nd through 4th? No. May 2nd through 4th was still, we were still seeing a significant amount of puts sold, right? There wasn't like really a very significant spike in implied volatility on SPX at the time. I think there's similarities in how rapidly we dropped, and the fact that we gapped down the stagnation, but yeah, when we did that, when we created that like double gap to the downside, we were seeing IV crushed significantly more than we are now. So I think this is different, possibly more bearish. That would be a pretty good time. I think $100 a barrel during the summer. I hope so. I have a lot of fucking oil stocks that I want to sell if oil goes up. It seems like making 3K a month would be fairly easy selling far out of the money credit spreads on SPX. It's pretty easy to make 3K a day. Makes 10 cents in one day. I don't know. I'd have to look. It sounds about right. What, 31.60? 31.60.70 for today. It's $15 credit, but it's 1,000 margin. So yeah, I mean you can do that, but the return on risk is really shitty. Like this morning I sold 4140s against my 4145s that I bought last night. Right? So I sold so I turned my dead leg of my straddle into a bear call spread, right? Um and I got, it was about like 80, what was it, like Hold on. Let me look. They were... Average price? 92 cents a leg. But now they're at 28 cents. So I can buy them back already, right? Like, you don't need to carry it into the end of the day. And you get much better return on risk if you're closer to the money. Like, generally, if you're gonna try to sell that shit that's like, you know, 0.1, 0.05 delta, it's better to sell some theta on it if you want to get a decent return. How's the Netflix play from Pickles Picks looking? Theory's still holding? Yeah. Netflix is up a little bit today, but I mean it's fucking it's still fucking $10 down from where I entered. I've like a decent amount of theta. I'm not particularly worried about a 1% reversal. If you are, set a stop. I used to never get red candles on oil. Is it not how big do they need to be worth mention? If not how big. Well, let me look. Yeah, oil's dropping and it's picking up volume on the drop too. It's a decent sell off. I mean, oil can move a lot. It's pretty volatile. I would say it hasn't moved a ton today, but it looks like it's going to move a lot more soon. $180 basis point drop in like 30 minutes. It's a pretty big deal. My primary focus is income and safety. If I can make my mortgage payment on spreads, that's enough for me. That's fair enough. I mean, why not focus on like less directional strategies then? Now's a bad time to do any of them because volatility is high. So spreads start to carry more and more risk. The more oversold we get, the more risk there is of a rebound. But the more volatility rises, the more risk there is of like, you know, 200-300 basis point days that can really blow your spreads up. And as long as you're minimizing risk in the spread, then, you know, it's not a big deal. But generally, people start getting greedy really fast, and they'll start selling wider and wider spreads. That can get dangerous really quick. Oh, you haven't entered the position on Netflix already? I mean, you missed a pretty significant portion of the drop already. It's already, I mean, it's down like almost 5% from where it was. Thank you so much, NW. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give NW a shout out for hooking you up. Appreciate it, man. I stopped out of my Tesla June puts on that bounce, made 45%. A little disappointed. Do you see a reposition opportunity in the next few days? Or wait for the debt ceiling results? There could be. I mean, it's kind of already bouncing off of resistance today, and it looks like it's failing. I would say that if there was a repositioning opportunity, the higher end of today was probably it. I picked up a few more Tesla puts right around here at like I think I was at like 81, but I guess I mean it could chop here for a little bit if the market doesn't go down further. I will say though that this bounce was so far pretty weak. Yep, ask the options play channel about our 20 wide SPX spreads that almost got blown up during SLD week. Fucking degenerates. Those memberships are more expensive than I thought they were. They're $5 each. The one time was it Boof who bought like 100? Boof and Bithead have bought 50 a bunch of times. I don't know why I suddenly got the ability to gift them. I didn't change any settings. I don't know. I mean, there's a reason that Boof has a song and Bithead's the runner-up for Pontiff. Greg M, welcome to Dillionaire. Or welcome back, or you just renewed. But thanks so much, dude. Hit me up if you need me to add you. But I think you were already in there. So you should be, it should already be linked. Right? Holla. Oh, what's up, man? Today's looking very similar to yesterday. Yeah, it is. A lot of put repositioning and then maybe a drop into the end of the day. We had some like upside momentum potential and it's gotten like all burned out here. So, I don't know. We could still just close today in this range though. If people are looking for something overvalued, QQQ is still at 330. It's true. There is no DDS PT, Lawrence. I don't know what you're talking about. You think FSLR could go back to the 170s? Yeah. It's what? It's below like 198 today, or yeah, it's finally below 200 today. It's a pretty nice fucking giant gap to the downside to fill. Um, I don't think 180 is out of the question right now. I bought more puts on it on Monday. I have a few that are in the money that I should probably stop carrying overnight because they don't have a lot of theta. But I don't know. I think it still just keeps going down. Everyone keeps joking about the DDS DD. Now I'm starting to think there really is a secret DD on DDS. Nah, that's crazy. Rounded bottom breakout. Not yet. Maybe later. Let's see what happens once some volume starts coming in. There's a definite possibility we retest 4120 before we see like 4100, but there's no reason for us to. The 4110 call got real popular for a minute. I don't even own these. What am I looking at this shit for? Dillard's is considering a buyout of Fubo. I highly doubt it. HYG? Hmm. Yes. Is Nvidia gonna die today? I mean, my puts hope so, but my calls don't. Sounds like you're in a pickle. No, I just don't care. I mean, I'm hedged. The outcome of Nvidia's earnings is not very important to me right now. Proud owner of 4100p, May 31. Playing the big boy options now. Nice. You up on those? Or did you just buy them? I don't have enough capital to buy enough theta for a reasonable strike. Then don't play it. You could play NVDS. Hmm. Is QQQ the largest index that would be impacted by a NVIDIA move? Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to sell some covered calls. It's inverse NVIDIA. So calls to capture NVIDIA upside would be puts. Puts would capture upside. Calls would capture downside. What calls are you buying on NVIDIA to hedge tonight? I sold bear put spreads. Or bull put spreads, sorry. Today's price action on GME, likely the T+2 effect? No. Not really. Maybe this morning. Any new GME DD coming out? There's nothing new to talk about. Will the bear song be played, or are we waiting for sub 400 on the SPY? I'm not playing the bear song unless we break down below 4100 today, and a lot. Thanks, Mr. Gold. Ridiculous. Did you see that Meta is laying off 20% of its leprechauns in the metaverse? Bear Song 4085? 4080? 4100. I played a bear song yesterday. Play the Delta Neutral song. Do you think QQQ puts are a good idea right now? How much theta? I mean, you want some theta. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. Um, is this covering action on GME? No. Buy to open. 10 calls. June 16th. Strike. 15. Okay. By 20. Mid. Bid. Okay. Stream song NFT drop on GME Marketplace. 1K copies for each song. $200 in F floor price. I'll pass. Bandstand, if you let me move into the Long Island house, I can beat you in Street Fighter in the same room. Also, I will grow carnivorous plants like Nepenthes. What the fuck? This is gonna bounce hard as fuck after the dot plot as puts take profits and reposition. 4120 straddle point end of day. If we end up at 4120, then yeah, I'll straddle it, but I don't think we'll stay there, and I'd rather buy the calls as low as possible. Girk CC's tanking GME. What? I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't even selling cover calls on GME, right? Rude. Maybe. You would never do such a thing. Exactly. Sell calls at the top. Crazy. Crazy talk. Are my puts about to get wrecked? A little bit. Yeah, briefly. Your puts are briefly gonna get wrecked. Not for very long, probably, but if you don't have theta on them, then something to consider. Thoughts on Nvidia short butterfly. Sell 285C, buy 300, sell 315, get 290 credit, max risk is 1215. What's the spread percentage? You want to try to keep your spread percentage under like 4%. The market maker's only pricing in like a 3.5% move, so and you need it to move outside of that. So if you're selling butterflies, you're probably gonna need them to be a little tighter than that. That seems pretty wide, which means shittier theta, or well, shittier credit, but you don't have to sell a lot of theta on it. If you want a wider spread, you probably would want to sell more theta. But then you're gonna lose out on the volatility. So it's well, you know, it's priced in, right? Waller's live again. He's very hawkish. Okay. 3 hours of theta should be good, right? Well, that's not an option, so I don't think you have to worry about that. Oh, on your sorry. I thought you were the guy asking about the butterflies. No, 3 hours of theta is not good. 3 hours you could get blown up today on 3 hours of theta. This can retest 4120. If you can wait out a retest of 4120 and then maybe potentially even less downside after that, then sure. But otherwise, yeah, puts would be at risk right now. For arguably the most watched stock on the market right now, 3% move seems awfully low. I mean, it's not like they're going to make more money. The price, like, the stock's already ridiculously overpriced. But yeah, I mean, I guess the IV pricing's a bit low. It'll probably go up towards the end of the day. But you still don't want like a 5% spread on a butterfly that expires Friday, right? Because you're just gonna land smack dab in the middle of max loss. What about GME? Define not very long for the put pain. I mean, we're probably not going above 4120, but we can test 4120. Alternatively, we drill to 4100. Eh. No, 4110's got resistance. Fidelity's telling me GME earnings are on May 30th. Did I miss something? No. I think they already announced the date for the shareholders meeting. Earnings will be the same day. It's the same day as MOASS. If Cohen announces another fucking share offering, I'm gonna be pissed. Did you sell GME in the money or near the money? Both. You and his bag holder C-suite. And yeah, that's... When Nvidia gain $1 billion in market cap, every time they say the words AI tonight, I'm sure it'll be volatile. Is the consensus on the GME cash war chest maintained for 2+ years just that a strong balance sheet is fun to look at? I mean, they spent some of it on the NFT marketplace, and that was really a hot growth catalyst. Why do you think we can test 4120? Because there's calls there? And puts are still repositioning? 2 o'clock. There's a lot of short-dated 418, 416 calls for SPY coming in. Okay. Those are a bit too far out of the money. I feel like RC just wants to be like his favorite company, Apple, so he's trying to bank a boatload of cash. Yeah, but they already have... Well, actually, they don't have any growth right now either. Huh. Similar. I know it's illogical, but I feel like I'll never get a chance to buy GME at $16 again. Who cares? Oh. Okay. I mean, downside positioning dies off around 4,000, but if we move down to 4,000, positioning will change. You gonna buy calls for the dot plot? I'm hedged. The dot plot's really not that important. There's just nothing else going on today. Maybe we could do a reverse split of 3 million to 1 share, and we can DRS that share fractionally. Nice little toe beans. How would you YOLO 20K? Is it your only 20K? I mean, I probably wouldn't. But I don't know. Maybe you're a millionaire and you don't care. You checked copper recently? No. Looks like it's been declining alongside the other commodities. Commodities are getting quite attractive. I should probably buy more of that right now. What's going on with Turd? I heard he left a few discords. I have no idea. Maybe his wife finally caught him gambling. Southern Copper? I felt like the last time I looked at them, they were a bit overpriced. The dividends on nice. I mean, if that's what you want. My copper exposure is pretty limited. 58? 58 would be a better price. I don't think I'd mind that as much. I don't like them because I don't like the amount of copper exposure they have. Exposure to spot, which is all I really care about. But if you could get it for, 58 to like 50, not so bad. We're pessimistic on the economic outlook, said Michael Kratzberger, head of EMEA Fundamental Fixed Income at BlackRock. Yeah, I would be too. Why upstart down? I thought we had T5. No, Upstart doesn't have a lot of T5 exposure. It has some, but it's like ownership in ETFs is not nearly as heavy as GameStop. I think it did run this morning, right? Like it bounced this morning. Yeah, there was some T5 exposure here, but it's cleared out clearly. It's getting shit on hard now. The potential volatility coming from the debt ceiling discussions we approach the deadline is one of those reasons. We don't expect a technical default, but we do expect a last minute deal. Last minute deal equals easy straddle. Yeah, no problem, deplorable. Yeah, I did a lot of research on copper exposure a while back, but it's been a couple months. Um, most of my actually all of my copper exposure right now is HUD Bay, because I think they have uh, kind of a bit of leverage on spot, and they're slightly undervalued compared to their competition. They have a little bit more political risk, but the payoff is huge, so that's kind of what I went with. Jamie is so 2021. Jamie's kind of very 2020. June 16, GME $21, 2 in the money. I mean, that's not crazy. I've been selling 20s and 20, like 23s and 22. No 20. No, I didn't get fills on the 22. 20. I think I have 25s. 25s, 20. I have to look. 25s, 20, 21. I don't want to sell 18s again because I don't want to have to roll them if it does something weird for ETF FTDs at the beginning of June. It doesn't look like there's very many of them, but what do you think the rest of the week holds for SPX? Looks very bearish. Jamie above 46 in August 2022, but it's 2020. I don't make the price. Jamie's not going above 46 right now. Maybe you should complain at all the people that sold off all their options after the split and then never bought them back again. 40-50 is useless unless we knife down some. 40-50s probably aren't terrible, but you'd want theta on them. I'm not going to answer that question. Options to you. I wish I snagged more Google at 85 like you did. Do you have an updated downside target? I mean, I have 4115 calls, like covered calls sold right now. So I expect, given a sufficient downturn in NASDAQ, that we could see like 110, 108 in the next 30, 45 days. I'm buying HBM at 385. Okay. Not a terrible, it's a little above my price target, but not terrible. Or a little below my price target, but not, yeah, I mean, if you can get it, I'd probably buy more if it fell into that range too. I'm down to $60 upside hedge now against 1K in downside position, and I don't even want to hold it. I do know you're not approved for options, Pigeon Teeth. But I feel like that's something you could have fixed in the last 2 years. Although you might be doing better because you didn't. How would you responsibly invest all of your money into one weekly play? You could buy like a 4-week T-bill. That's pretty responsible. Although not the best time to buy them. My bad if you answered this already. What app broker you use to trade futures? I use IBKR and Ninja Trader. Google at 110 is very different than Google at 85. I mean, the market could crash, and then you could get Google cheaper than 85. My next buy-in target for Google is at 76 to 70. So I might have to wait a while for it, but I think it'll get there eventually. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you guys where to put your money. Figure out your positioning on your own. I got $5 right pocket or left? Right. I just wanna see if I could choose if I could get you to answer options to use question using different wording. No. Another futures bounce? Yep. Although lower, right? Lower than they were earlier. If you were down to your last 25K and owed 70K to bad people at the end of the month, what would you do? Run away. It's a lot easier to run away with $25,000 than with zero. Criminals are pretty lazy, generally speaking. I don't have any salty shawarma. No. No, we don't, Surfa. They don't. Condors, butterflies. There's about 10 different kinds of them. There's different strategies you can use with them. All of those are pretty good, and they're less directionally exposed than a spread would be. Not to mention your legs still being intact. Organized criminals are hard workers because they're organized. Yesterday's inverse condor confused me because you sell 2 puts at the money, then buy a call above and below. But how does the bot call below the short puts protect you from more downside? It's you sell 2 puts and then you buy a put above and below. I assume you're talking about like a put butterfly. That's 2 puts. And then so you're only profitable above and below the bot to open puts. Now, you can then buy a strangle. So you can like buy to open a call. Buy to open another put. And that makes you even more profitable on a larger move. It's like normally you would just like in this range, like here, normally you would just receive max credit for the sold position. So, max profit. But by opening a straddle outside of that range, you increase the range of your max profit. These less directional strategies typically require more theta. No. Hey, look. We're gonna test 4120. We're doing it, guys. No, not really, but we're trying. Would you rather enter 616 puts or wait? No. Interesting. What's the bullish case of the dot plot? Not much. I mean, at this point, the Fed watch thing is already predicting that the Fed goes with a pause, right? So, I think the reality is that it's more likely to just shift towards a 25 basis point increase. What's the Fed watch at today? Did they increase it going into the... I hate this fucking stupid metric. Yeah, so it's like they're pricing in like a 34.2% chance of a 25% increase. 65.8. So the only thing that would really happen there is like a small shift. Probably towards the 25 basis point increase. Yields on June 1st T-bills over 7%. Yeah. That's annualized, just FYI. That's not like the world's best covered call. Are you gonna roll your June lily puts this week since Theta's starting to munch on them? No. Alright, Gurk, I'm now liquid. Where do I go from here? Well, first find level before you spill all over the place. I'm starting to think your lines mean something now. What happened to my question? You repeated it, but you didn't answer. I'm not actually sure. IV high, but price likely to go down. Would you rather enter 616 puts here or wait for lower IV later in the day? You could probably, I mean, you could probably wait for lower IV if you want. That doesn't mean the price is going to be beneficial at that point, though. We rejected off 41.15 pretty hard here. The bears aren't really giving up any ground, if you haven't noticed. The chances for a better entry are probably slim. We might have lower IV into the end of the day, but are your GME cover calls past earnings? Yeah, but I can buy them back. Triple top on Tesla? Up 50% on SQQQ for June 16. Okay. I should buy more of those. What do you think will happen to Nvidia earnings today? I'm worried about your pets. I'm worried about my pets. So hedge them. I don't know what's going to happen for Nvidia earnings. I'm not a fucking Nvidia insider. I found level LVBX. I think they're going to be bad, but they were bad last time and the stock still went up. LVBX, it's up 15,000% on the day. I'm going to YOLO all of my money into that. Thanks to the financial advice. No. No. That's your choice. I bought and sold 4100s 4 times today to scalp 30% gains on the bounces. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Yeah, it's pretty much how my day's been too. Can you call Larry Fink and tell him to offload 90k futures and 1.4 million shares of SPY, please? And thanks. I can ask him, but he's more likely to do the opposite if I do. How do you feel about 630 3800p and selling a 616 3700p? Not bad. Hedge them with SQQQ calls. If Nvidia hits 100, will you become an insider? I don't know. I don't like owning shares of companies that lie to their shareholders or attempt to deceive them. When companies start treating earnings calls like a sales pitch, I'm out. This shit's just waiting on 2 to pump. No way it drops hard again. Yeah, I know there's no call pressure now, but that hardly means it won't come in at a moment's notice, especially after put profit taking. There hasn't been any put profit taking. If puts take profits at 2 o'clock, then buy some calls. Or fucking. You have a lot of GME. Yeah, but like my cost basis is basically 0 now. It's like a couple cents. They're fucking. A lie through omission is still a lie. I mean, they haven't lied to their shareholders. They just haven't said anything to their shareholders. I'm okay with that. I'm more okay with that than lying to your shareholders. I'll just do the right thing with my NVIDIA gains and put them all in AMD. Because Lisa Su is a queen. How much would it cost to fully ignore walk-in? I mean, I don't think you can keep up with his current payments to not be ignored. SPX calls are hella expensive. Yeah, they are. Can you pull up the Tesla 1 hour and give me your thoughts? It looks bullish to me. If it can cross MACD, please share your thoughts. Correct me if I'm wrong, etc. You're the man. I mean, I'm not going to look at MACD, but how does that look bullish? Because it bounced on resistance? It's rejected off its long-term trend. I mean, it would have to break back above, like, 185 for it to be bullish. Which it's currently not doing. This looks like a weak bounce on declining volume. Yeah, I don't see it. Might stagnate here a bit. But I got a decent amount of theta, I think, on most of my puts. My 410p for yesterday, OBV closed out of the money. Just one more day of theta, and I would have been okay. Theta's the best. Sorry to hear that, man. 4,100 tomorrow. Or, I mean, we still have an hour, 2.5 hours left today. I don't. Why can't we test it today? Lots of 616 puts. Some are further dated, but I'm not sure where. The majority of farther dated interest is between like 4050 and 3900. $4,100 in 12 minutes? No. Maybe 4120. Today's price action after 10 a.m. has been dull. Yes, yes it has. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get something to drink. How much would I be willing to settle on for Big Dilly to suck my balls? You can suck my balls, Walken. You fucking crazy piece of shit. I have to admit, I love the fact that you have a heel and Walken. I mean, I'm just trying to get rid of him. The guy doesn't take a hint. I love the one-sided Findom relationship. I'm not gay, but $20 is $20. Alright, oops, I lost my premium again. I'll try to remember that if anyone's in need of servicing. Have you tried spraying him with a squirt bottle? Yes. Metaphorically. Well, GG, boys, bull market. You should buy some leap calls if you think that's true. You think they could try and close the gap? Uh, there's some positioning, but that's a big fucking gap. No. I don't really see this moving above 4125 without like a catalyst. There's a shitload of puts. If prostitution was legalized in New York City, how many staff would be on institutional payrolls? Is it not legal here? Are we getting weird in here? Yes. Rich kids have the little plastic popsicle molds. You can buy those at the dollar store. It's called an ice cube tray. I swear you decide the market sometimes. No. Are there any assets that are true inflation hedges? Um, yeah. Go buy some tips bills. Random woman like stream cards. Definitely paid actor. What are you on about? The fuck? I don't hire prostitutes. I'm fucking rich. Fucking pores. Um, there's nothing inherently wrong with prostitution. It's not for me. Most of the rich dudes I know that hire escorts end up married to them. Oh, hey, we tested 4120. Well, almost. 4 cents off. I tried. No, I don't. That's weird. Paying someone to have sex with them is weird. Where's the fun in that? Like, there's no chase. There's no challenge. You can't. Yeah. Gross. So my ex slept with you of her own free will? Wait, why did Mr. Gold get timed out, Fluffy? Work hard, play easy. Mm. We do the bull run when depth has been rised. Probably not. I hope the Fed never gets back into the business of buying MBS. Dot plot in 13 minutes? Is that what the market's waiting on? Sure. The challenge of swiping right, truly the thrill of the hunt. It goes beyond just swiping right. I mean, not always, but usually you have to do some courting and wooing. Four lovely ladies, $50 a pop, same time. What are you getting your fucking prostitutes in Indiana? Where the fuck are prostitutes $50? Does courting happen in one date or over several dates? It's usually more than one. Well, not always, but usually more than one. I have a love-hate relationship hearing what goes on in men's heads. You'll learn a lot, Jen Jen. Kensington, New Jersey. I was told chivalry was dead. Might be why I'm how do you get banned from Tinder? Does courting in New York City mean you take them out for sushi and then just try not to stuff your foot too far into your mouth? I do have a problem with that. Sometimes, yeah. Actually, well, not always sushi. Learn a lot, become scarred forever. Either or. Yeah, fair enough. You do whatever you want with Tesla. Stop reading my untagged comments. Stop writing them. I mean, usually you don't pick up people in New York City. Sometimes if they live in the boroughs, but that's just because I don't want to hang out in the boroughs. It's not like high school. Like, I don't have to go meet their fathers or something. Tips are the best way to handle nose hairs? I really don't get any. No. You got the long ones? I don't think you should wax them. They're there for a reason. You should get a snack before the Fed's spirograph is released. My cousin made a Tinder account as a joke. Sure. Dude got like 5 matches in about an hour. They were all pretty cute too. Ah, to be young and single again. It's great. It's great, F1 Dan. Just the single part. You don't even need to be young. Just get like a trimmer or something. Do you shave downstairs before a date? I keep myself in good condition. Thanks for asking. I think it's you know, where preparation meets opportunity. You shouldn't have to do it just before the date. It should just always be done, right? No one likes hairy balls. Let's be real. No one really likes balls. They're gross, but they definitely don't like hairy, sweaty ones. What in the dot plot could be used as an excuse to push past 4120? Not much. My bedroom and my everything's on the same floor. I don't have levels. There's a fetish for everything. Maybe not everything. Could you tone it down? The baristas are looking at me weird. Married guy here. I trim on 2 occasions, my birthday and my annual physical. What about for you? Why not just do it for yourself, taking off Friday? I trim things on the reg, but I get a Brazilian on special occasions. Interesting. What I do on Fridays, my business. Is this upside about burned out? Let's see. Lower high. No. Well, we could chop here a bit longer. Probably about 30 more minutes or so. Well, the dot plot's coming up, so that might speed things up a little. But much higher than this is unlikely. We might get like a little volatility spike with the dot plot, and they blow off the straddles. The most original and distinct content on the entire internet. Popcorn Trader, I shaved myself completely hairless to be as hydrodynamic as possible. Like a dolphin? You got it? Nice. You should grease yourself too. Really get that extra edge in competition. The ingrown hairs. It looks more like a pufferfish. Dolphins are mammals. They have hair. What? But like little ones? Coat yourself in a super hydrophilic substance. Ooh. Keep the package well groomed, but for special occasions, I trim between the cheeks. Not all the way, but enough that the tendrils of the hair aren't creeping out like an eldritch horror emerging from the depths. Well played, Trash. Well played. Girk, I've apparently FTD'd on pulling back my subscription yet again. You, you can't leave me. You love me. Someone needs to do something about this risk management. Puts on dolphin hair, although the hair probably acts like dimples on a golf ball. Interesting. So, really, if you want to be extra hydrodynamic, you want like a micro hair suit. What if you just made a suit out of like microfiber and then went swimming in it? Would that work? If SPX breaks down, where do you see it going the rest of the day? For like maybe towards 4100? That's where it wants to be. It could break through 4100 into the end of the day, but right now like 4100. The doc slipped in a DRE at my last annual physical. My cheeks were baby fresh, but the crack was less than ready. Are we streaming the AI call of the century? No. I already hedged. I'm bored with it now. Sharks have rough skin because pockets of water get trapped and it reduces drag. It's not impossible for hair to act the same, but you're talking like really dense stubble. Hmm. Please stream it. But I'm tired now. The day was too boring. Oh my god, the dot plot's out. Ooh, that's so crazy. That was exciting. Totally worth waiting all day for. Was Ivy crash immediately after an earnings announcement? Usually. For optimum hydro performance, use a suit that works like an air hockey table by releasing tiny bubbles. Hmm. Big downs, dump. Still kind of flat. Yeah, my grandma's pretty quick when she does water aerobics. Maybe I need more wrinkles. Possibly. Fed minutes? Many participants focus on need to retain optionality after May meeting. No shit. They said that. Ooh, big surprise. Saying things that have already been said. I hate the fact that the Fed minutes come out like 2 weeks after the meeting. It's fucking stupid. Fed minutes Fed staff continue to forecast mild recession starting later this year, followed by a modestly paced recovery. Sounds about right. Fed minutes? Here's what you already know in longer sentences. Yeah, exactly. Fed officials saw a timely debt limit increase as essential. No shit. What price are you waiting for to get your 0 DTE 4105s? I have like 50 4100s. I'm not buying any more 0 DTs at this price level. Maybe if we move lower, I'll buy more. I'm pretty full up on pets. Fed porpoises fear belugas on the horizon. Belugas are weird because they have like leg bones. After screeching Volker for 4 minutes straight, Powell was seen jumping on the conference table with an electric guitar. I would pay so much money to watch a live concert of J Pow playing guitar. Josie was a bot. That's the only reasonable explanation. Sea otters are endangered, but their pop numbers have been increasing since the 80s. They will also hold hands when floating so they don't drift apart. That's adorable. Still kind of looks like 230 for downside. Who were the Pussycats of Josie and the Pussycats? Rachel Leigh Cook, Tara Reid, and Rosario Dawson? What did the dot plot say? Nothing. Win downs? I don't know. It looks like 20 minutes or so. 23 minutes? Maybe? All right, Smooth Ape, you're getting carried away with yourself. It's not okay. Could present great risk of infection. I want to buy an island. Was Josie and the Pussycats a modern film masterpiece? The deep philosophical commentary. I mean, not so much as the movie Spice World, but of a similar vein. Had they premiered at Cannes, I could see them taking home an award. Buying a house is bad. It's better to rent. Also, Gurk, I want to buy an island. I think it'd just be cool. Like, I just want to have. How does Amazon deliver to your island? You know? That's what I want to know. I've always wanted to have, like, a boat in my life that I needed to use. That's not a bad idea, Smooth Ape. I guess you're gonna eat fish every day? No. I mean, I'm not gonna get like an island that's far away from anything. Like a close island. I don't think so, F1 Dan. Once every decade or so I have a good idea. What was your good idea? Oh, yeah. Then you can hunt people very easily. I don't want to hunt people. Epstein's Island might be for sale right now. Too much background. Also, it's kind of far from things intentionally. I saw a Christmas tree ornaments that said it was like Jeffrey Epstein's head, and it said this ornament did not hang itself. That was pretty funny. Can I interest you in a property on a Greek island? Uh, I don't want to live in Greece. Like, it's nice and it's pretty, but the pace of life isn't for me. How do you predict these moves so far out on these intraday moves? Software that you've built alone with friends? I have friends. Is this the downs you were talking about? No. These are pre-downs. The downs I'm talking about have yet to occur, which makes them even more spicy on the back of pre-downs. You live in Cyprus and weekend on your Greek island. Stop trying to offload your crap onto me. I don't want to live with Lenixus at his grandma's house. Getting any hedges for Nvidia earnings, or are you already good on that? I'm pretty good on it. I'm all hedged up. Don't you have enough cash to buy all of Staten Island? But who would want to own that? And no, definitely not. Do you have a video on hedging in different gamma environments? I know you said it a decent amount, but just for a reference? No, I don't. Well, maybe. I'm sure there's a clip somewhere. Goldman calling for elevator down as quants reach max long. Are you reading fucking bank research reports on Reddit again? Don't pay for that shit. It's free. It's also garbage. Find a degenerate gambler who owns an island and is willing to use it as collateral for a loan. Interesting. Okay. Well, maybe. This is on Bloomberg Terminal? Why are you paying for a Bloomberg Terminal? What do you have, a family office? I don't have 0 DTE 4100s. I have June 16 and May 31st 4100s that I bought when we were trading at 4200. And I have way too many of them, so I don't want to get any more leverage at this level. The fuck? Got it, misheard. Got it, thanks. No worries. Waiting for SPX to go full regard. Still a little longer. Any reason GME isn't being shorted? It's illiquid. Never stopped them in the past. I mean, yeah, it did. It just didn't stay persistently illiquid in the past. Usually they resolved the liquidity and then shorted it. Kind of like the shorts are out. I think a lot of them are. The lack of interest in the options chain would indicate that most of them are. Any word on Jamie being added to the R2K? I don't think Russell's published the R2K list yet. They have until this Friday, I think. It's either this Friday or like June 2nd. I can't remember. June 2nd, thanks. Archimedes essentially said, give me enough leverage and I can move the world, and all of the banks took that literally. If we fall through 4,100, do you expect more profit taking? I mean, puts have been taking profit all day today. They've just been taking that profit and buying more puts. I helped perpetuate a pretty bad rumor at work based on some truth. How can I buy puts on my job? I don't know. You could probably get like your own personal job insurance. Rough week, Girk. I'm going cash for a while. I need to sit on my last $5. Using this free milestone to let you know. Well done. Well done, Brett. Well done. That was a good one. Give me enough margin and I'll bankrupt the world. The real MOASS is SPX 3000 SPX. That'd be fucking awesome. How about 2200? Well, all right, I'll be fair. 2350. What do you think we hit? Like, what do you think we hit if we get a default? Like a technical default. Not a real one, but like a technical default. $34, $36.45, $36.00, $38.50. Technical 4,200. We're not getting an all-time high off a technical default. I mean, the chances of us getting one are like 3% or something. It's really small. It's funny though to think about. The market would be fairly valued. Then if we get technical defaults, I'm gonna get bullish as fuck. Whatever equals a fair valuable reasonable PE ratio, that's like 28 to 3,200. Depending on whether or not you discount inflation. Bullish as fuck on what? Cough cough, Zom 130. How do you estimate that it's only a 3% chance of new high? 3% chance of a technical default? I mean, you base it off of what CDS is pricing in, right? It's not even 3%. I think it's like 2. Do you work for a bank discounting inflation? I mean, well, you can add inflation to the like average PE value of the S&P. Inflation inflates earnings, right? Time for ES to give up on 4120. Not yet. It's getting more bearish, but I think that like the stagnations might lead to like one more bounce here. Like a small one. Maybe we retest like 4115. Maybe like 18. What is that? 41 1750. We're going full regard in 7 minutes. 7 minutes might be enough time to time the top. Hmm. I think shit's gonna get kind of spicy into the end of the day here. Is that the peak? So that's gonna print more bearish again. Yeah, that's heading down. We'll drop here. One more bounce. Still, still one more bounce in this. There's the bottom test. Retrace 4115. Okay. Next magic show at 12:30 for ouchies. No. Thanks, Buttlicker. So 4115. So I want to buy. I want to buy 4100s. Oh. Shit. I want to buy them at $2. I can buy them a little lower. Not that low. 80. Okay. So that was here. But if we only bounce to there, maybe 170. Okay. I wonder if I could buy them for 150. $165 is the intraday low. But that covers me if we bounce to 41.12. Futures? Futures could break down a little bit more here. I don't think so, but it could. It's 3 consecutive higher lows. Maybe I should just go long. No. The overall trend at the end of the day is bearish. Timer's up. Market's down. I mean, I timed the bottom, right? No, I don't think Leroy Jenkins 0 DTs here is good. I think it's gonna bounce. I think it's gonna bounce probably pretty hard and probably at least back to 41.12. Maybe it bounces even higher. I'm not prepared for that outcome though. 41.15? Hmm. Yeah. Then I buy puts after the bounce. Although arguably with the theta decay, I should be able to go 5 cents cheaper, right? So Bounce to 41.15 is before more downs. I mean, as long as there's sufficient capitulation here, yeah. I did miss the bottom by 2 minutes, though. Sorry. It was 23 minutes out, so it was harder. Can we retest 4100 after the bounce? I think so. I don't. The only problem I have here is I don't know how much this is going to bounce. If more puts come in, this could just get buried. Although I will say that the downside momentum has started to reverse a little, and we should have at least a few minutes of upside. There's an argument that I should have just bought 4110 calls here, but they're pricey. And I think after we bounce, the downside opens up a lot more. In the money profit taking. Either this entry is perfectly priced, or I'm a little bit off. We'll see. I guess the contract could hit like 41.35, but I don't want to miss the buy-in for like 15 cents. 20 cents. So I sold bull put spreads against my puts, some of my puts, and then I bought calls with the credit to hedge NVIDIA earnings. How long should I hold SQQQ shares? I thought having shares might be better than calls. Can I hold shares longer? Yeah, just remember that like every bounce back on the index is gonna leave you with greater losses than you'll gain on returns to the upside. Still impressive setting an entry 8 minutes before it even moves in that direction. We'll see. We'll see if it might be a little loose. It's hard to tell how much momentum this could pick up because it's very dependent on how many puts capitulate here. There's really no bullish momentum, so it's entirely dependent on profit taking on the put side. I'm gonna go a little lower. No problem, dude. Did I hear you say that the downside opens up after this small bounce? Yeah, it should. Yeah, I got my fill. Now the question is, does it go to here or not? So I guess my correct move here is to create an order for 41.30, 41.25. Uh, 20. It's hard to estimate the theta decay on these. Hmm. And that gives like an hour and a half till the end of the day. Okay. No, I'm setting up puts for a drop. Although I might not get the second fill. I don't know yet. I got a very good price on the puts, though. Still looks bearish. What's up, McConnerberry? That should be that should be it. That should be like the top there, just about. So we're looking for futures for one last rejection on 41.25, and then maybe we finally get an actual fucking push below 41.10. Put interest is increasing a bit here. Well, Nixus told me 40.65 was safe today. Let me know how that works out, Hazy. Okay, 41.05, 4100, 40.95 puts coming in. 90, 85, and 75 also. Calls selling off here on the upside move. 41.05. We'll see if the 41.10 calls shed. But I think the peak is in here. Imagine bulls just step in here and go, "We want a gap fill now." I mean, they're not though, right? Like I'm watching positioning really closely. I think we should have some decent downside momentum on a turnaround when it happens. Um, I guess by like 250, 255. Power hour downside. Well, almost. Yeah. There's a crazy gap on meta. Yeah, there is. I miss the days of 30 BPS FOMC wicks. Be honest here, which of you degens are full port puts here? I mean, I'm not full port puts, but most of my positioning is pretty bearish. Hey man, thanks for all you do. Can I get a Dillionaire song to celebrate 12 months? Fuck yeah, man. Thank you so much, Nason.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
I just had a spicy Thai food dinner for dinner last night. Kind of dump would be pretty fun. We'll see. We got a little bit of time here. Where do you see like there's a fat gap on the downside on meta on the daily? There's two actually. There's another one at 202. Like between 202 and 201. I think there's one down at like 160 something. Do you think there might be a gap filled to the upside for one more day before the rest of the drop? Maybe tomorrow? End of day tomorrow or after tomorrow morning? I could see us having a bit of a rebound. Although there's been a lot of repositioning today, so yeah, I'll dump it in the last 10 minutes. I think before then. 255. 255 is a much better time to dump it. A bull puts, yeah, I mean, it's a credit vertical. So you're selling a put, buying a put, but you're buying a put further out of the money. $248 would be even better. Save 7 minutes of theta. Someone's spoofing the bid side on ES with 250 lots. Spoofing's a strong word. Did Kramer tweet 0 chance of US default, or is that inverse Kramer account out of hand and faking tweets now? I don't know. I'm not taking a nap. $41.10C is heading for the exits. A little bit. Some of those could be sold too. Not a ton. 4110C is really like the last or the only line of defense. Right now, 4140, 4125 calls are closing. 4100 puts picking up. 4105, 4110 puts. 4095 puts, all increasing. Just go dump. Best pill for weight loss? Methamphetamine. Just let you know, if I make 100K before my wedding this time next year, you're getting an invite. If you make 300K and pay for Pontiff, I'll come. I'll even do a speech. How much overnight theta decay should one expect for June 2nd at the money puts? It should just tell you. It tells you on the contract. Pop it into option strat and look at the price the next day at the same price we're trading at now, right? It's even easier. But it's like 3 more minutes. Boring. I heard about this whole inverse Greek thing, so I tried out NVIDIA. Why do all my bull call spreads keep expiring out of the money? It's getting expensive. Oh, that's awkward. You might be buying those from me. Do you have an end of week thesis? It looks pretty fucking bearish. I mean, I don't know where we're gonna be at the end of the week. There's a lot of uncertainty right now, and with the debt ceiling resolution, if the debt ceiling's not resolved by the end of this week, that's kind of a problem. That puts us right at Yellen's deadline with not enough time to pass something through the Senate. Oh, it's it's not 2:55 yet. Almost. One more minute. Now it's 2:55. Where's my Ko-Fi, bitch? Me and Dork do a lot of work with bananas, but I assure you it has nothing to do with the markets. To the minute? How? It's a gift. Thanks, Jackie Chan. Do you like ninja video games? Like what? Here's your Ko-Fi. Thanks, Yaga. But it's not. You weren't the one who promised. Ninja Gaiden? Sounds dope. I haven't played it since it was on Sega. How the fuck do you time these calls? I can see things in the market that people are doing before they do them. I don't know how else to explain it. I really don't want us to find support here. I don't think we will. I think we get a continuation, but there could be some volatility on it. Maybe I should pull back my stop a little, because these are very, very volatile contracts. And I don't want to get stopped out. Keep doing this. I love you. Now say NVIDIA to $3. I wish. Was that it? Hey, relax. It's still continuing. Unbelievable. You know, you call a fucking 12 BPS bounce 23 minutes in advance. And then you call the downside 10 minutes in advance of the same move. People still complain. I did miss the bounce by a minute, admittedly. Well, the larger part of it. You're pretty dope, human Gurk. Thank you for all the teachings and overall knowledge that you so generously share with the pickle jar and the pores. If I ever see you in real life, I will avoid you at all costs. Thank you so much, who ate my hat. That's pretty awesome of you. Fuck him, Gurk. Do this every day. Stock God, ban everyone besides me and the other bots. Meatwad, Daddy, thank you so much, guys. Don't worry, there's more downside. Can you call the results of my move asking this girl out? You're gonna fail initially, but after a couple weeks, it's gonna dawn on her that you're an excellent choice, and she's gonna capitulate. At which point, you're gonna then fuck up the date. And it rhymed. I don't care what Dork says. I'm not getting rid of these. Where's Rich? Rich, you owe me a Ko-Fi, you cheap son of a bitch. I did the thing. BTU sub $20 selling CSP. Not yet. I'm still waiting. I want the market to stabilize to the downside first. Coal's been dropping a bit. I'm not saying shit. I'm right there with you. British Columbia handing out safer snorting kits in high schools where it's legal to have small amounts of coke. And America is the land of the free. We don't even have PDT restrictions. All right. But you live in fucking Canada. All right. Girk sharking viewers for $3 as he makes a couple $1,000 on 0 DTEs. It's about the fucking principle, not the money. There it is. I like fish dicks in and around my mouth because I'm a gay fish. Interesting, Rich. Hot take. You almost got banned. I mean, I probably would have forgotten later, but coal's been dropping while China's having high temps a month ahead of time. I mean, China's going to need energy eventually. And if they don't, India's going to have to power Musk's new factory. Either way, I win. Who bailed Rich out? Probably walking. Nvidia's going to 330 today. I mean, it'd be cool if it could do that and then immediately go to like 200. And then a month after that to 103. Here's $3 to ban Rich. Thanks, Lawrence of Arabia. This is exactly what I imagine the banter on Wall Street floor is. I feel like a booth of Wall Street. It's far more sexually explicit. $41.20 rejection? Don't you dare drive up more than that. You chill the fuck out. Gross. Oh no, my stop. Damn it. Whatever, at least I got $3 from Rich. Magic canceled? Yeah, I still think this is gonna fail, but lame. Big fucking block of 41.15s and 41.20s pulled back. I don't want to stream NVIDIA earnings. It's gonna just be Jensen fucking saying AI 5,000 times. He's like, no, guys, we're totally selling AI. People are buying the AI. Don't worry, we got AI coming out of our AI all over the place, and it's, you know, people really like it, and they're like, these products are so fucking great. We can't wait to buy them at some point, not today. I'm gonna be so pissed when this 4100 contract hits $4 now. The speech was written by ChatGPT, and the crowd goes wild. Or you buy back in. I could. I don't know. I don't like the put capitulation here. It's gross. Aww. Why am I not filling? Oh, I did fill. Ugh. What did I get stopped out on the other order at? $105, 105, 100. It's like 103. All right. So 15-cent discount. 'Fucking bears suck. All right. Mm. 311. I should probably buy some more farther dated stuff right now before VIX climbs up anymore. VIX go back to 20 today? Maybe not. Congratulations, Gold. I read you a ChatGPT generated shareholders meeting speech. Let's see how much it's the same as the real one. You sell some GME CCs there? I sold some earlier when we tested like 2330. I don't know why the puts just didn't hold on there. They get spooked out by ES buyers? I mean, a little bit, but not much. Hmm. That's the real line. Mm-hmm. 4110 calls are still on the fucking chain. Fucking bulls. I don't think it's bulls. I think it's just like a bunch of, there's just like a bunch of puts that sold off. I mean, at this point, it's just like we're just testing 4125 again. Today's been the fucking worst, by the way. Are the Bears being such little bitches with their puts? Theta decay? I mean, the Bears can reposition here, though. Pretty cheaply. Tina Turner died. Oh no. That's sad. Seem pretty bearish for tomorrow end of week. Are you not concerned with the market's recent history of 2-day down then bounce? No. Another good entry for Netflix puts. I got stopped out with profits a few days ago. I guess. I don't know. I just still have mine. Are there calls at 4120 that need saving? No, not much. There's a few calls at 4120, but not very many of them. Most of the calls on the chain right now, like long calls, are at 4110. There's not a lot of like 4120 interest. is pretty well defended on the longer dated expiries. That was a big bounce. Big put capitulation. Okay, well, I guess no one gives a shit. So the 4105s and 4100s reposition here, or are we just like all gonna run with futures? Futures is pushing super hard. There's a lot of volume. Lame. Oh shit. Time is it? 3:20? Well, that was surprising. Going for the gap? Close. I don't know. Volume's dying off on futures. I don't know if they'll fill it. Trying to blow out the like 4120 puts, I think. Any news? Not that I heard. Hmm. Is that it? Retested this morning's open. Well, on futures at least. Is there a gap there? No. Jimmy up tomorrow? I don't give a shit what Jimmy does tomorrow. Interesting. $20 in 15 minutes. It was a hell of a pump. But the put buyers at 4120 didn't really sell off, and now they're buying back in. So I don't know if this is a win on the call side. They don't fill this gap. That's super fucking bearish. That's a lot of money to try, right? Could be that puts are just moving 0 DTEs out to tomorrow. Although it's too early to tell. Got what, 30 minutes left? We got more than enough time to fall back. Yeah, relief rally. A little bit, but nuts. That was crazy. Some big fucking positions that got moved there. My puts I just bought for last week went up on that. You'd think with all the futures buying that at least try to test for like 41.40. And they missed on that first wick. A downside gap here on the 1 minute. I guess not. What, 41.30? Some 41.40, some 41.40 calls coming in. Spicy. I don't think anyone's trying to force put closure. This is just from put closure. You playing NVIDIA earnings tonight? I mean, I have positions on NVIDIA. I'm not really playing their earnings. I sold volatility against it and hedged my shorts. What puts close to cause such a big bounce? 4105, 4100, 4110. And then some in the money ones. Like 41, 25, 30, 35. So this closing likely means we don't go back to 41.10 today. I mean, we could, because they're probably going to reposition, right? Yeah, all of those were 0 DTEs. So we'll see if VIX goes up here. They start buying farther dated puts. Day's not over yet. I've been AFK for an hour, Girk. What happened? My June puts are down 10% now. I'm financially ruined again. What has happened? Okay. Anyway. Thoughts on PC? PC is important. PC is Friday. Probably continuing to rise. Based on my 2.4 weeks of trading, I've never seen this happen before. I feel like you have. If you've been trading for 2.5 weeks. Isn't SPY already back at 420? How fucking far off is SPY right now? The fuck? Oh. Never mind. 412. No, it doesn't look like SPY's going back to 420 right now. I assume repositioning. Yeah, I mean a lot of puts took profits. So we'll see how they reposition. About some SPX puts at 4104 today. Now down 30%. How will I recover? Well, you need SPX to go back below 4104. I bought 2 SPY puts for 62350. I don't want any advice. I just wanted to contribute. Thank you and have a nice day. I mean, I kind of don't like it because I got stopped out of my like in the money straddle legs, but otherwise I don't care. I sold 410p on SPY for the first time. Do I have to close them or can I let them expire worthless? You don't have to close them. Would you add more to your June puts here? I might, yeah. I might buy some more 4100s. Hmm. I don't want to go back above delta neutral. And we're kind of close. It's like a second wave of momentum here. Okay, the gap is still massive and unfilled. SPX ups because NVIDIA ups? No, SPX ups because put capitulation. NVIDIA went up 2% on the pump. I saw. You think there's more upside? I mean, not unless more puts close. I mean, bulls didn't even have calls on that. Like, so. But yeah, I mean, closing in the money zero DTEs is unnecessary, but it was done all the same. Could be repositioning for GDP tomorrow. Like a lot of blocks of puts closed all at once, and then yeah, that obviously triggers more puts closing because they get stopped out. It didn't work for the city of Houston permitting office. What do you need a permit for? Buy more Nvidia puts. Hopefully their earnings crash the entire market. I'm so sick of this lying piece of shit company. Tell JFresh we're coming to pick him up. What are you talking about? It's clearly all due to people hedging Nvidia earnings. I don't think so. Did we... Jesus Christ, we failed to fill the gap? Is this really just gonna fail now? Failure's back below 4120. But close. Close on the drop already. Interesting. All right, so puts coming back in here. Okay, so new zero DTE puts being bought. This isn't like a gasp of the bulls. Everyone closed their in the money zero DTEs that they bought last night. If you can't approve my permit, then why do I even come here? I don't know what permit you're trying to get. But I can't approve it. I sent you an email. Okay. The upside pumps have to expire in the money because the market makers selling into rising prices. So they need to keep buying and buying and buying to drive the price up and keep them in the money. We're net negative gamma now. And most of the puts I don't think had any intention of selling. It was just that like a couple big blocks pulled back at once, and then that just triggered stops, right? How much will Nvidia affect SPX tomorrow? It depends on what their earnings look like, right? I really don't want to. I'm tired. I don't want to fucking sit through Nvidia's hour and a half long earnings call. Can you just convert the building and then yell, "I'm a sovereign citizen," at anybody who tries to stop you? Sounds like a good way to get shot. Huh. Overclocked quantum AI chips inbound. NVIDIA reveals quantum computing, announces they own all Bitcoin. That'd be funny. Crypto bros all over the internet be freaking out. What kosher food did I eat? When I bet Jensen says quantum AI today, I wouldn't put it past him. Has anyone ever won the sovereign citizenship argument? Everybody who's renounced U.S. citizenship? The last 2 days were enough to help me salvage some dead 2 DTE 4120Ps and turn them into July 4000Ps. So not bad. Nice. Is it bullish for Jimmy that the MM isn't buying my covered calls at the midpoint? No. Did I call that end of day straddle point or what? No. There's still 16 minutes left. Ooh. You don't denounce you renounce your American citizenship. And no. The problem with being a sovereign citizen is that I can't consistently spell sovereign correctly. Trader Joe's spicy yuzu is fire and no calories. Okay. How are you feeling today, by the way? I mean, they kind of touched the bottom of the gap, right? Or really close. Couple cents off. Think we get more dumps overnight? We might. We have GDP in the morning, though. No, GME just looks exciting because I have it, like, stretched out. Giggity. What's your GDP prediction? Price index up, growth down, like profits down. Profit and growth rate down. 2 point, I think like 2.0, maybe like 1.8. Price index probably up like another point, right? Because of the month over month creep. Core PCE is probably up quarter over quarter. Wouldn't GoFundMe for retirement and half squart. I wouldn't give half squart money. Check out Gap on Bank. The one at 27.15. I don't even know if you can trade bank. I don't think you can. I don't think there's any instrument to trade it. Well, maybe like an ETF or something that tracks it. KRE is the closest. Yeah, the options aren't good on it. Over under for 41.10. We've got 8 minutes. I don't know. I guess it really depends on which puts are willing to hold into close. The cult has spoken. You must stream NVIDIA. I don't think you understand how cults work. The cult beseeches you. Maybe, but I'm gonna take a break if I do. Not enough interest at 41. I don't think. 3 minutes left. Stream it, Girk. Do it for JFresh. Ban walk-in or stream earnings? The choice is up to you. I already banned walk-in. Do whatever the heck you want and use me as a scapegoat. I like your plan. Only stream the good parts. Forward guidance. Will their forward guidance matter if they miss? I need to open my straddles. Hold on. Did it just go 1-to-1? Oh. Yeah. It's already skewed. I have like 300 puts on SPX. You missed a good joke by calls on puts. Oh. $5.31 if I get a fill. Hmm. Although I guess I could buy shorter dated calls. Alright. Are we OPEXing tomorrow? It's over. Is it bearish that SPX didn't go higher on that short repositioning? It's bearish that they didn't fill the gap. When NVIDIA calls are up so much, they're making me up net 10%, even though I have 3 puts to 2 calls. NVIDIA's a fortress. Alright, well, we'll find out tonight. This looks like it's just gonna peter out. I don't think the end of the day is gonna be any more interesting than the drop we got. Alright, hold on. Hmm. This chart is so big. I remember watching the stream when there was only one chart. Those were the good old days. I remember when we only needed one because GME moved $25 on every other candle. Cork, look, volume. Everyone's hedging earnings. I want to close my call hedge. It's up 30%. Is that wrong? Unfortunately. Ding ding. All right, I'll be back. All right. I need to ban rims and Tims. What do you do this time? I was hacked by AI. No, you fucking weren't. You timed out the wrong person, Dork. He was copy pasting. God damn it. Whatever. Why is there selling going on in after hours? Does someone not believe in NVIDIA? Snow mist? Oh. That's actually kind of a big deal. How bad? Hmm. Where can I find the fucking data? We're in a room right now negotiating. Things are going a little better. I thought he said they were going to have a deal today. I think Snow missed hard on EPS, but I can't find any fucking data. Oh, here we go. 590 million in revenue. Oh. Negative 70 cents per share. Said some shit about AI. It's a big EPS miss. Yeah, I know. They're down 13%. Said some shit about trying to adapt to machine learning. They reported a non-GAAP free cash flow of 237 million. Believe me, if Nvidia drops to 250, it's going to drop a lot more than that. Non-GAAP is bullish always and never lies. I know. Is Snow Mist the reason for the Amazon drop in after hours? Probably, yeah. What time is Nvidia releasing their numbers? 4:30. Sorry to hear that, Subway Cup. Do you like barbacoa? That's okay. This is exciting, guys. I guess. Have you ever stared at the markets all day just to stare at them some more after hours, waiting for some fake numbers? I promised $3 if you will stream earnings. I'm a man of my word. I also made 2K today on Spy. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Do you know why my trading view never shows pre or post market activity for BTU? Do you have after hours turned on? Make sure you have after hours turned on and that you're on a time frame that displays after hours, like the 4 hour or the 1 hour. How do you make 2K on Spy today? If you bought puts at any time this morning or at any upside test, you made money. Except for the last. Well, actually no. If you bought puts on the last one, you would have made money too. Not Rims and Tims. You're not fooling me. Did he risk $1 million? Maybe. The secret to making money on SPX today was having puts yesterday. I traded 180K notional today to get a $14,000 gain. That sounds about right. If you caught the gap down, you made a lot. If you didn't, it was the rest of the day was kind of shit. Like 30-40% scalps. You usually sell credit spreads on SPX at like $5 width? No, but I also usually sell 0 DTE credit spreads. I will say though that my 4140 spread got scared a little bit towards the end of the day, but then everything was okay. Ripping. Oh, fun. I'm gonna find the numbers. It's gonna be a mess. Hold on. Oh shit. They beat on EPS and revenues. How did they pull that off? I mean, I'm okay. I'm hedged. They're promising 11 billion next quarter. Where the fuck are you getting that? There's no guidance in their earnings release. They're kicking the books, probably. You have to wait till the 10K is out. 10Q. Remember I said I was not hedging my NVIDIA puts? Yep. Did you hedge them? Was the extra profit from the share offering? Ooh. No. Yeah, earnings are easy. You just buy a hedge. I think if this hits 350, I'll actually make money. My jar NVIDIA sexy robot fun time. I hope they make that one-off portal. What? Hot ones? My hedge just made me 1,000% the value of all my puts combined, so that's the fun part. Do you still have all of the NVIDIA puts? I do, but I also have a bunch of NVIDIA calls. I'm definitely up at this point. She's 2-quarter revenue 11 billion plus or minus 28 million. Estimated 7.18 billion. Green SPX tomorrow on NVIDIA alone. Yeah, it'll definitely pump up SPX and QQQ. I don't know if it's going to change a lot of the positioning, but it'll have some effect. Upstart running also? It's in NASDAQ. I don't know. I have to see their report. Jesus fucking Christ, 2,000% now? I mean, I kind of just hope it holds. What's NVIDIA's PE now? They're trading at... I'm actually not sure. I have to do the math. Does WeBull calculate it automatically? 175? I don't think that's right. That's probably from close. It's above 200. Lol, my 30-40 calls went in the money. The cat's still short. He hedged. Everyone's hedged. Well, everyone should be hedged. Everyone's hedges just paid them far more money than their puts cost. Upstart calls for tomorrow. I don't know. Just because bots is pumping, I don't know if that'll be enough to turn around Upstart's price action. Can you sell NVIDIA options on IBKR and after hours? No, there's no extended hours trading for equity options. It's just like QQQ and SPY. When hedging, is there a certain delta you get? After getting fucked by NVIDIA last time, 100. 100%. A lot of my delta is sold, so like I'm not like raking it in on profits, but I did buy calls. So I sold bull put spreads, or I spread my puts that I already had, and then I bought calls out of the money. Why didn't you tell me to hedge? I did. You could have made so much money. If we open here tomorrow, I will have somehow made money on all of my underwater mess with a single call. Did you really just hedge with one fucking call? I mean, it works, at least for hedging the spreads. Someone sold a bunch of QQQ puts and collected 78 million in premium. Nice. $850 billion company making 44 billion a year. Yep. How did they beat? Well, we don't know yet. That one call is covering 10 spreads. How does this action on NVIDIA influence your bias on SPX? I mean, I really don't think it changes any of like the risk that SPX is pricing in right now. ES moved up on it a little bit, but rejected before 4150. So, I mean, a little heavier weighting. It's not like it's gonna move the index all by itself, even though they are almost $1 trillion company now. I mean, I don't know. I've got 85 calls for this Friday that are now $50 in the money. $45 in the money. I don't think I give a shit about my puts. Oh no, it's still overvalued. I'm gonna buy more puts. Now it's just even more overvalued. I gotta do something with all the money I made hedging my puts. Sold 75,000 QQQ 300 strike put for December 15th. Okay. Some data on SPX Discord. I mean, it looks like year-over-year revenues are still down, right? Gross margins down 0.3. Revenues are down 13%. Operating income down 23%. Net income down 21%. Diluted earnings per share down 20%. Oh, here we go. Jesus fucking Christ. Did they beat on any metric? Compute and networking revenues are up, but total revenues are down 13% overall. So the only thing they beat on was data center and automotive, but automotive accounts for like none of their fucking revenue at all. I mean, at this point, I just kind of hope it keeps going up. Am I gonna be rich? I have two 320 weeklies. They're worth a lot of money. I gotta calculate it because I'm not sure how much I'm up. That's gonna depend on IV. I spent all the credit from the spreads on calls, so I'm not really up on the spreads, right? What are we trading at? $360? I'm up like 500%. $330,000. But I had 125 out in puts. Well, some of the puts are leaps. 363. I mean, the more, yeah, it's keep going up. I really hope Jensen. I really fucking hope Jensen doesn't come out and say something ridiculously stupid now. On what though? This is dumb. Beat analyst estimates. Still down year over year. This has to be short covering? Could be. I don't think there was that much shorts. I mean, a bunch of people are going to get assigned on covered calls tomorrow. There was a shitload of covered calls sold at like 320 going into close. Not a red candle in sight. It's Hankanashi. If I switch it to regular candles, there are. I should have bought more calls. Fuck. You see this in the video? Ridiculousness holding? I don't know. I'm gonna short it more. How does NVIDIA price action go from here on for the next 3 months or so? That's a good question. This seems overly exuberant. I highly doubt it holds 3070 overnight, but we'll see what their forward guidance is. Supposedly, they're projecting $11 billion for next quarter. Yeah, the Ivy expected move was like 4%. I mean, your IV on your weeklies doesn't matter. They're fucking $40, $50 in the money, right? My spy puts are not a fan of this. It's not like NVIDIA's fucking bounce is going to turn the whole market around. This is billions, not trillions of dollars. Who loses when the IV price is in 5% and it moves 20? The market maker. I'm not in NVIDIA, but do you think tomorrow's just a massive take profit sell-off? Well, don't forget that there's, like... I'll look. Let me get the exact figure. There's a shitload of sold calls on NVIDIA that are in the money. At 330 and 320, there's... Well, at close, there was... Let me look at the OI. Because all those calls are basically short. There's like 11,000 short calls at 330. I want to say like 4,000 at 320. There's some at 340 too. I mean, the market maker may hedge the price back down a little before open, but we'll see. But yeah, a lot of short calls got blown up on that. So they'll probably be carryover tomorrow. Yeah, I'm probably more pumped tomorrow. Dork, I fucking love hedging. It's the best. You know what's even better than hedging? hedging, and then your hedge making more money than your puts. Later, Meatwad. How much you up? A lot. I have to do the math tomorrow because I don't know how bad the leaps are like my leap puts are gonna get hit. But I would say like net probably like 180K right now. The calls I got are fucking they're up so much. What should Nvidia be valued at? $200 a share. With earnings this quarter, probably closer to like 130, 150. I mean, it's the valuation's still ridiculous, right? They're still projecting unsustainable growth. If Nvidia announces the offering completed, will we tank? I don't think so. It's only $10 billion. I mean, it might drop it. I hope not too much. I mean, I need it to stay above like 330 into market open to fully hedge my puts. I mean, IV will be elevated, but the odds are not a lot of people bought calls that aren't already in the money. So it won't matter, right? Because the intrinsic value is going to fall off, or extrinsic value is going to fall off. How can Nvidia's delusionary prices be real? Hype. Is there a big company that is fairly valued? If so, which one is it? I mean, Amazon and Apple are pretty fairly valued right now. Apple's a little over, but Amazon's pretty fairly valued. Google's a little high. AMD after tonight's a bit excessive. Tesla's still overvalued. Microsoft's not too bad. They haven't done their earnings call yet, but they released their numbers already. Does this mean SPX is gonna rip tomorrow? I mean, if SPX is gonna rip, it'd be ripping tonight. It moved up. But it only moved up to like 41. Like, futures moved up to like 41, 45. NASDAQ moved up pretty hard. So we'll see what the carryover is there. But NASDAQ's up like 60 BPS on the day now.
Did they hit the 8%? They did, yeah. Is it even possible to say something in their earnings call bad enough to undo this pump? Well, no, because, well, somebody was saying that they already projected higher revenues for next quarter. Cooking books seem like nuh-uh when wrong. Has anyone considered NVIDIA can simply grow revenue outside of chip manufacturing? This is so dumb, but they didn't. Well, they didn't grow any revenue outside of chip manufacturing. I mean, they could, but they didn't. Also, that's not what the company's built on. They're a chip manufacturer. That's like Tesla blowing up because they sold people a flamethrower. Does it make sense to short AMD with this sympathy move, or would AMD be bust with short calls as well? There's probably a good number of short calls on AMD. I wouldn't move into short right away at market open on any of this. Meanwhile, IWM doing a sad, yeah. If China invades Taiwan, what happens to Nvidia's share price? I mean, it tanks to like nothing, right? The funny part too is that the chip space is pretty crowded already. It's not like Nvidia is in a lane of their own. I mean, for AI chips, they kind of are right now. Why are you still wearing your shirt? Aren't your calls printing? Yeah, but I'm not making like millions of dollars. For once, I'm on China's side. T+2 from the Nvidia pump, definitely possible, yeah. I can't close my calls in after hours. The fuck? That's not how calls work. I could exercise them, but that'd be expensive as shit. I don't think Taiwan's getting invaded. I was asked a hypothetical. Is it worth holding on to June 16 310C until T+2, or just dump them tomorrow? You really wanna chase it higher? I mean, you could. Are you dumping your Nvidia puts tomorrow? Yeah. Well, maybe not all the leaps, but like the September and Junes, yeah. Actually, some of the Septembers I might keep, but the Junes are gone, and then I probably need to reposition everything. Or at least it's better to reposition everything. Turk Loafer, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
We got what, 8 minutes till the fucking earnings call? Are we in a bubble? Will this change your near-term expectations for the market? No, I mean, it doesn't change the macro environment, right? Hey, Girk, I hedged my NVIDIA puts with a call. It's looking like an excellent decision. Thanks for all you do to beat the dumb out of the pores. Nice, man. Congrats. Let's change your near-term... Yeah, it doesn't change my near-term expectations to the market. If NVIDIA hit the 8% increase in guidance, why wouldn't we expect them to meet earnings again next quarter? Projections are higher, right? Infinite growth. Won't NVIDIA receive an IV bump because of this crazy bump up? I mean, yeah, but who cares? I mean, IV will crush on puts. There's an interesting paper release by I forgot who saying if China creates a shipping barricade with warships around Taiwan's coast, the USA couldn't do much about it. Instead of embroiling hypothetical Taiwan in a war with China, you could have just bought puts to hedge earnings. I had one NVIDIA put and I didn't hedge. Do you care? You still keep all the June puts waiting for lower prices to take profits on SPX? Maybe? I don't really have a lot of June puts left. I might wait for some like lower prices on like September or well, I mean, what's the difference? I reposition them now or I reposition them later? Calls, sorry. About 30, 40 calls. They're $25 in the money. Hedging's amazing. Hedge earnings, guys. They're binary events. The outcomes are unknown. U.S. Solicitor General on Tuesday urged the U.S. Supreme Court to reject an appeal by Apple and AVGO stemming from trial loss to the California Institute of Technology and in a patent infringement. Huh. Interesting. Maybe back half my losses if the price holds. Nice. The June 4150 Ps you got for June, did you sell them yet? No. Why? I mean, SPX isn't at 4150 right now. Why did you buy 3-day expiration calls? That's not enough time to dodge the IV crush. You've always, because I paid for them with credit from both put spreads. You've always preached 30 plus DTE on playing earnings. Yeah, if you're taking a directional position. But I sold volatility in order to buy short dated calls to hedge the upside. But if you're like straddling or strangling, you have to buy outside of the IV bump. If Nvidia gets pushed back down to 300 tomorrow, don't say that. Fuck you. Does the MM avoid their loss from underpricing the move? Yeah. Okay, now they've really been given an opportunity to do 100 billion shelf. No excuse. Greg, I did what you did without you telling me to. Are you proud? That's awesome, man. Congratulations. Analyst estimates were shit. They should have been the same instead of being downgraded. But whatever. It doesn't matter. Their revenues are still down year over year. Slightly up, not same like better than ever. 4110 was the bottom on SPY. We go to 420, then 430 before down again. Let's go. Yeah, I don't think after, you know, Amazon, Apple, Meta, and Netflix all beat earnings. And the SPY couldn't make it above 4,200. It's gonna go above 4,200 now. Can't you just short and exercise to lock in gains? Yeah. Yeah, I could. But what about all the blown up short calls? Is there anything that can be said or presented at the earnings meeting that can reverse the Nvidia price pump? They could announce that they're doing a $100 billion shelf offer. They should. Nvidia's 2% of the SPX. Isn't the blown up short calls the ones buying right now? I mean, possibly, or they just get exercised, right? I went long short on Nvidia, and it's in bad shape. Average 260. I'm making pretty great gains with my call hedge. If it were you, would you use the gains to get head above water and look for a new short entry? I mean, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Now it's 2.4%. All right. They beat analyst expectations, but they missed on their year over years. Nvidia 372 and still rising. I know. I have it on the screen. You gonna stream earnings? Oh, are they talking?
19 billion, up 19% sequentially and down 13% year on year. Strong sequential growth was driven by record data center revenue, with our gaming and professional visualization platforms emerging from channel inventory corrections. Starting with data center, Record revenue of $4.28 billion was up 18% sequentially and up 14% year on year on strong growth of our accelerated computing platform worldwide. Generative AI is driving exponential growth in compute requirements and a fast transition to NVIDIA accelerated computing, which is the most
Is that what she just
versatile,
said?
most energy efficient, and the lowest TCO approach to train and deploy AI. Generative AI drove significant upside in demand for our products, creating opportunities and broad-based global growth across our markets. Let me give you some color across our three major customer categories: cloud service providers, or CSPs, consumer internet companies, and enterprises. First, CSPs around the world are racing to deploy our flagship Hopper and Ampere architecture GPUs to meet the surge in interest from both enterprise and consumer AI applications for training and inference. Multiple CSPs announced the availability of H100 on their platforms, including private previews at Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, and Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, upcoming offerings at AWS, and general availability at emerging GPU specialized cloud providers like CoreWeave and Lambda. In addition to enterprise AI adoption, these CSPs are serving strong demand for H100 from generative AI pioneers. Second, consumer internet companies are also at the forefront of adopting generative AI and deep learning-based recommendation systems, driving strong growth. For example, Meta has now deployed its H100-powered Grand Teton AI supercomputer for its AI production and research teams. Third, enterprise demand for AI and accelerated computing is strong. We are seeing momentum in verticals such as automotive, financial services, healthcare, and telecom, where AI and accelerated computing are quickly becoming integral to customers' innovation roadmaps and competitive positioning. For example, Bloomberg announced it has a 50 billion parameter model, Bloomberg GPT, to help with financial natural language processing tasks, such as sentiment analysis, named entity recognition, news classification, and question answering. Auto insurance company CCC Intelligent Solutions is
She
using
said
AI
twice
for
and she was talking
estimating
about
repairs.
Meta. It's 12.
And AT&T is working with us on AI to improve fleet dispatches so their field technicians can better serve customers. Among other enterprise customers using NVIDIA AI are Deloitte for logistics and customer service, and Amgen for drug discovery and protein engineering. This quarter, we started shipping DGX H100, our Hopper generation AI system, which customers can deploy on-prem. And with the launch of DGX Cloud through our partnership with Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, and Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, we deliver the promise of NVIDIA DGX to customers from the cloud. Whether the customers deploy DGX on-prem or via DGX Cloud, they get access to NVIDIA AI software, including NVIDIA Base Command, end-to-end AI frameworks, and pre-trained models. We provide them with a blueprint for building and operating AI, spanning our expertise across systems, algorithms, data processing, and training methods. We also announced NVIDIA AI Foundations, which are model foundry services available on DGX Cloud that enable businesses to build, refine, and operate custom large language models and generative AI models trained with their own proprietary data, created for unique domain-specific tasks. They include NVIDIA NeMo for large language models, NVIDIA Picasso for images, video, and 3D, and NVIDIA BioNeMo for life sciences. Each service has 6 elements: pre-trained models, frameworks for data processing and curation, proprietary knowledge-based vector databases, systems for fine-tuning, aligning, and guardrailing, optimized inference engines, and support from NVIDIA experts to help enterprises fine-tune models for their custom use cases. ServiceNow, a leading enterprise services platform, is an early adopter of DGX Cloud and NeMo. They're developing custom large language models trained on data specifically for the ServiceNow platform. Our collaboration will let ServiceNow create new enterprise-grade generative AI offerings for the thousands of enterprises worldwide running on the ServiceNow platform, including for IT departments, customer service teams, employees, and developers. Generative AI is also driving a step function increase in inference workloads. Because of their size and complexities, these workloads require acceleration. The latest MLPerf industry benchmark, released in April, showed NVIDIA's inference platforms deliver performance that is orders of magnitude ahead of the industry, with unmatched versatility across diverse workloads. To help customers deploy generative AI applications at scale, at GTC, we announced 4 major new inference platforms that leverage the NVIDIA AI software stack. These include L4 Tensor Core GPU for AI video, L40 for Omniverse and graphics rendering, H100 NVL for large language models, and the Grace Hopper Superchip for LLMs, and also recommendation systems and vector databases. Google Cloud is the first CSP to adopt our L4 inference platform with the launch of its G2 virtual machines for generative AI inference and other workloads, such as Google Cloud Dataproc, Google AlphaFold, and Google Cloud's Immersive Stream, which render 3D and AR experiences. In addition, Google is integrating our Triton inference server with Google Kubernetes Engine and its cloud-based Vertex AI platform. In networking, we saw strong demand at both CSPs and enterprise customers for generative AI and accelerated computing, which require high-performance networking, like NVIDIA's Mellanox networking platforms.
AR doesn't
Demand
count.
relating to
It's
general
just
purpose
28.
CPU infrastructure remains soft. As generative AI applications grow in size and complexity, high-performance networks become essential for delivering accelerated computing at data center scale to meet the enormous demands of both training and inferencing. Our 400 gig Quantum 2 InfiniBand platform is the gold standard for AI dedicated infrastructure, with broad adoption across major cloud and consumer internet platforms, such as Microsoft Azure. With the combination of in-network computing
Thank you, Theta
technology
Force.
and the industry's only end-to-end data center scale optimized software stack, customers routinely enjoy a 20% increase in throughput for their sizable infrastructure investment. For multi-tenant cloud transitioning to support generative AI, our high-speed Ethernet platform with BlueField 3 DPUs and Spectrum 4 Ethernet switching offers the highest available Ethernet network performance. BlueField 3 is in production and has been adopted by multiple hyperscale and CSP customers, including Microsoft Azure, Oracle Cloud, CoreWeave, Baidu, and others. We look forward to sharing more about our 400 gig Spectrum 4 accelerated AI networking platform next week at the Computex conference in Taiwan. Lastly, our Grace data center CPU is sampling with customers. At this week's International Supercomputing Conference in Germany, the University of Bristol announced a new supercomputer based on the NVIDIA Grace CPU superchip.
Good job
which is
hedging,
6x
Swayze.
more energy efficient than the previous supercomputer. This adds to the growing momentum for Grace with both CPU only and CPU GPU opportunities across AI and cloud and supercomputing applications. The coming wave of BlueField 3, Grace, and Grace Hopper superchips will enable a new generation of super energy efficient accelerated data centers. Now, let's move to gaming. Gaming revenue of $2.24 billion was up 22% sequentially and down 38% year on year. Strong sequential growth was driven by sales of the 40 series GeForce RTX GPUs for both notebooks and desktops. Overall, end demand was solid and consistent with seasonality, demonstrating resilience against a challenging consumer spending backdrop. The GeForce RTX 40 series GPU laptops are off to a great start, featuring 4 NVIDIA inventions: RTX path tracing, DLSS 3 AI rendering, Reflex ultra-low latency rendering, and Max-Q energy-efficient technologies. They deliver tremendous gains in industrial design, performance, and battery life for gamers and creators. And like our desktop offerings, 40 series laptops support the NVIDIA Studio platform of software technologies, including acceleration for creative, data science, and AI workflows, and Omniverse, giving content creators unmatched tools and capabilities. In desktop, we ramped the RTX 4070, which joined the previously launched RTX 4090, 4080, and the 4070 Ti GPUs. The RTX 4070 is nearly 3x faster than the RTX 2070 and offers our large installed base a spectacular upgrade. Last week, we launched the 60 family, RTX 4060 and 4060 Ti, bringing our newest architecture to the world's core gamers, starting at just $299.
The video's gonna need 500 for me to take my
These
shirt off,
GPUs,
Randall.
for the first time, provide 2x the performance of the latest gaming console at mainstream price points. The 4060 Ti is available starting today, while the 4060 will be available in July. Generative AI will be transformative to gaming and content creation, from development to runtime.
Oh, finally,
At the
I don't have to
Microsoft
show up for
Build
the stream
Developer
on time
Conference
anymore.
earlier this week, we showcased how Windows PCs and workstations with NVIDIA RTX GPUs will be AI-powered at their core. NVIDIA and Microsoft have collaborated on end-to-end software engineering, spanning from the Windows operating system to the NVIDIA graphics drivers and NeMo LLM framework to help make Windows on NVIDIA RTX Tensor Core GPUs a supercharged platform for generative AI. Last quarter, we announced a partnership with Microsoft to bring Xbox PC games to GeForce Now. The first game from this partnership, Gears 5, is now available, with more set to be released in the coming months. There are now over 1,600 games on GeForce Now, the richest content available on any cloud gaming service. Moving to Pro Visualization. Revenue of $295 million was up 31% sequentially and down 53% year on year. Sequential
Really?
growth was driven by stronger workstation demand across both mobile and desktop form factors, with strength in key verticals such as public sector, healthcare, and automotive. We believe the channel inventory correction is behind us. The ramp of our Ada Lovelace GPU architecture in workstations kicks off a major product cycle. At GTC, we announced 6 new RTX GPUs for laptops and desktop workstations, with further rollouts planned in the coming quarters. Generative AI is a major new workload for NVIDIA-powered workstations. Our collaboration with Microsoft transforms Windows into the ideal platform for creators and designers harnessing generative AI to elevate their creativity and productivity. At GTC, we announced
She's
NVIDIA
repeating herself,
Omniverse
right?
Cloud,
Am I losing my
an
mind?
NVIDIA fully managed service running in Microsoft Azure that includes the full suite of Omniverse applications and NVIDIA OVX infrastructure. Using this full-stack cloud environment, customers can design, develop, deploy, and manage industrial metaverse applications. NVIDIA Omniverse Cloud will be available
She said
starting in the
metaverse.
second half
She better
of
be
this
careful.
year.
She's gonna lose half her market
Microsoft
cap.
and NVIDIA will also connect Office 365 applications with Omniverse. Omniverse Cloud is being used by companies to digitalize their workflows from design and engineering to smart factories and 3D content generation for marketing. The automotive industry has been a leading early adopter of Omniverse, including companies such as BMW Group, Ely Lotus, General Motors, and Jaguar Land Rover. Moving to automotive. Revenue was $296 million, up 1% sequentially and up 114% from a year ago. Our strong year-on-year growth was driven by the ramp of the NVIDIA Drive Orin across a number of new energy vehicles. As we announced in March, our automotive design win
If only
pipeline over the
NVIDIA could
next 6
deposit
years
all of their
now
profits
stands at
into the
14
Treasury
billion,
General account.
up from 11 billion a year ago, giving us visibility into continued growth over the coming years. Sequentially, growth moderated as some NEVs customers in China are adjusting their production schedules to reflect slower than expected demand growth. We expect this dynamic to linger for the rest of the calendar year. During the quarter, we expanded our partnership with BYD, the world's leading manufacturer of NEVs. Our new design win will extend BYD's use of the Drive Orin to its next generation high-volume Dynasty and Ocean series of vehicles, set to start production in calendar 2024. Moving to the rest of the P&L, GAAP gross margins was 64.6%, and non-GAAP gross margins were 66.8%. Gross margins have now largely recovered to prior peak levels as we have absorbed higher costs and offset them by innovating and delivering higher valued products as well as products incorporating more and more software. Sequentially, GAAP operating expenses were down 3% and non-GAAP operating expenses were down 1%. We have held OpEx at roughly the same level over the past 4 quarters, while working through the inventory corrections in gaming and professional visualization. We now expect to increase investments in the business while also delivering operating leverage. We returned $99 million to shareholders in the form of cash dividends. At the end of the Q1, we have approximately $7 billion remaining under our share repurchase authorization through December 2023. Let me turn to the outlook for the second quarter of fiscal 24. Total revenue is expected to be $11 billion, plus or minus 2%. We expect this sequential growth to largely be driven by data center, reflecting a steep increase in demand related to generative AI and large language models. This demand has extended our data center visibility out a few quarters, and we have procured substantially higher supply for the second half of the year. GAAP and non-GAAP gross margins are expected to be 68.6% and 70% respectively, plus or minus 50 basis points. GAAP and non-GAAP operating expenses are expected to be approximately $2.71 billion and $1.9 billion, respectively. GAAP and non-GAAP other income and expenses are expected to be an income of approximately $90 million, excluding gains and losses from non-affiliated investments. GAAP and non-GAAP tax rates are expected to be 14%, plus or minus 1%, excluding any discrete items. Capital expenditures are expected to be approximately $300 to $350 million. Further financial details are included in the CFO commentary and other information available on our IR website. In closing, let me highlight some of the upcoming events. Jensen will give the Computex keynote address in person in Taipei this coming Monday, May 29th local time, which will be Sunday evening in the US. In addition, we will be attending the BofA Global Technology Conference in San Francisco on June 6th, and Rosenblatt Virtual Technology Summit on the Age of AI on June 7th, and the New Street Future of Transportation Virtual Conference on June 12th. Our earnings call to discuss the results of our second quarter of fiscal 24 is scheduled for Wednesday, August 23rd. Well, that covers our opening remarks. We're now going to open the call for questions. Operator, would you please poll for questions?
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to remind everyone, in order to ask a question, press star, then the number 1 on your telephone keypad. We ask that you please limit yourself to one question. We'll pause for just a moment to compile the Q&A roster. We'll take our first question from Toshiya Hari with Goldman Sachs. Your line's open.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for taking the question, and congrats on the strong results and incredible outlook. Just one question on data center. Colette, you mentioned the vast majority of the sequential increase in revenue this quarter will come from data center. I was curious what the construct is there, if you can speak to what the key drivers are from April to July, and perhaps more importantly, you talked about visibility into the second half of the year. I'm guessing it's more of a supply problem at this point. What kind of sequential growth beyond the July quarter can your supply chain support at this point? Thank you.
Okay, so a lot of different questions there. So let me see if I can start, and I'm sure Jensen will have some following up comments. So when we talk about our sequential growth that we're expected between Q1 and Q2, our generative AI
friends, I
large
bet
language
Dork
models
would
are
hang out
driving
with
this
me.
surge in
Check
demand. And it's a
MDs? What the
broad
fuck are
base across
MDs?
both our consumer internet companies, our CSPs, our enterprises, and our AI startups. It is also interest in both of our architectures, both of our Hopper latest architecture as well as our Ampere architecture. This is not surprising, as we generally often sell both of our architectures at the same time. This is also a key area where deep recommendators are driving growth, and we also expect to see growth both in our computing as well as in our networking business. So those are some of the key things that we have baked in when we think about the guidance that we have provided to Q2. We also surfaced in our opening remarks that we are working on both supply today for this quarter, but we have also procured a substantial amount of supply for the second half. We have some significant supply chain flow to serve our significant customer demand that we see, and this is demand that we see across a wide range of different customers. They are building platforms for some of the largest enterprises, but also setting things up at the CSPs and the large consumer internet companies. So we have visibility right now for our data center demand that has probably extended out a few quarters, and this led us to working on quickly procuring that substantial supply for the second half. I'm going to pause there and see if Jensen wants to add a little bit more.
I thought that was great, Colette. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to CJ Muse with Evercore ISI. Your line's open.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for taking the question. You know, I guess with data center, you know, essentially doubling, you know, quarter on quarter, you know, two natural kind of questions that relate to one another come to mind. Number one, you know, where are we in terms of driving acceleration into servers to support, you know, AI? And as part of that, as you deal with longer cycle times with TSMC and your other partners, how are you thinking about managing, you know, the commitments there with, you know, where you want to manage your lead times? You know,
Polar Bear, are you looking
years,
at these
you know,
this
to
fucking
best
earnings
kind of
report,
best
man?
match that supply and demand. Thanks so much.
Yeah, CJ, thanks for the question. I'll still start backwards. Remember, we were in full production of both
Don't worry, Jensen will say
and
AI in
Hopper
a second.
when
They got Jensen up
ChatGPT
here because
moment
she doesn't
came.
want to take questions about
And
reported
it
future
helped everybody
revenues.
crystallize how to transition from the technology of large language models to a product and service based on a chatbot. The integration of guardrails and alignment systems with reinforcement learning, human feedback, knowledge vector databases for proprietary knowledge, connection to search, all of that came together in a really wonderful way. And it's, you know, the reason why I call it the iPhone moment. All the technology came together and helped everybody realize what an amazing product it can be and what capabilities it can have. And so we were already in full production. NVIDIA's supply chain flow and our supply chain is very significant, as you know. And we build supercomputers in volume. And these are giant systems, and we build them in volume. It includes, of course, the GPUs, but on our GPUs, the system boards have 35,000 other components. And the networking and the fiber optics and the incredible transceivers and, the NICs, the smart NICs, the switches, all of that has to come together
You
and
gotta put all
work
the
for us to
switches
stand up a
together.
data center. And so we were already in full production, and when the moment came, we had to really
You better start jerking
significantly
off Goldman a little
increase
harder there,
our
Jensen.
procurement
Stock's dropping.
substantially for the second half, as Colette said. Now let me talk about the bigger picture and why the entire world's data centers are moving towards
Can
accelerated
I ask a
computing.
fucking
It's
question
been
on
known for
this?
some time, and
They're not
you've
gonna
heard me
answer.
talk about it, that accelerated computing is a full stack problem, but it's full stack challenge. But if you could successfully do it in a large number of application domains, it's taken us 15 years, sufficiently that almost the entire data center's major applications could be accelerated. You could
TSMC,
reduce the
Ollie.
amount of energy consumed and the amount of cost for a data center substantially by an order of magnitude. It costs a lot of money to do it because you have to do all the software and everything, and you have to build all the systems and so on and so forth. But we've been at it for 15 years, and what happened is that when generative AI came along, it triggered a killer app for this computing platform that's been in preparation for some time. And so now we see ourselves in two simultaneous transitions. The world's $1 trillion data center is nearly populated entirely by CPUs today. And $1 trillion, $250 billion a year. It's growing, of course, but over the last 4 years, call it $1 trillion worth of infrastructure installed. And it's all completely based on CPUs and dumb NICs. It's basically unaccelerated. In the future, it's fairly clear now with generative AI becoming the primary workload of most of the world's data centers generating information. It is very clear now that, and
Get
in fact, that
fucked,
accelerated
AMD
computing
nerds.
is so energy efficient that the budget of a data center will shift very dramatically towards accelerated computing. And you're seeing that now. We're going through that moment right now as we speak. While the world's data center CapEx budget is limited, at the same time, we're seeing incredible orders to retool the world's data centers. And so I think you're seeing the beginning of, call it a 10-year transition to basically recycle or reclaim the world's data centers and build it out as accelerated computing. You'll have a pretty dramatic shift in the spend of a data center from traditional computing and to accelerated computing with smart NICs, smart switches, of course, GPUs, and the workload is going to be predominantly generative AI.
Okay, we'll move to our next question. Vivek Arya with BofA Securities. Your line's open.
Thanks for the question. Colette, just wanted to clarify, does visibility mean data center sales can continue to grow sequentially in Q3 and Q4, or do they sustain at Q2 levels? I just wanted to clarify that. And then, Jensen, my question is that, given this very strong demand environment, what does it do to the competitive landscape? Does it invite more competition in terms of custom ASICs? Does it invite more competition in terms of other GPU solutions or other kinds of solutions? How do you see the competitive landscape change over the next 2 to 3 years?
Yeah, Vivek, thanks for the question. Let me see if I can add a little bit more color. We believe that the supply that we will have for the second half of the year will be substantially larger than H1. So we are expecting not only the demand that we just saw in this last quarter, the demand that we have in Q2 for our forecast, but also planning on seeing something in the second half of the year. We just have to be careful here that we're not here to guide the second half, but yes, we do plan a substantial increase in the second half compared to the first half.
Regarding competition, we have competition from every direction. Startups, really, really well-funded and innovative startups, countless of them all over the world. We have competitions from existing semiconductor companies. We have competition from CSPs with internal projects, and many of you know about most of these. And so we're mindful of competition all the time, and we get competition all the time. NVIDIA's value proposition at the core is we are the lowest cost solution. We're the lowest TCO solution, and the reason for that is because accelerated computing is two things that I talk about often, which is it's a full stack problem, it's a full stack challenge. You have to engineer all of the software and all the libraries and all the algorithms, integrate them into and optimize the frameworks.
I think
and
AMD is
optimize
the
it
lowest
for
cost
the
right now,
architecture
but
of not just one chip, but the architecture of an entire data center, all the way into the frameworks, all the way into the models.
They're more power
And
efficient and they're
the
lower
amount of
cost,
engineering
but they're not at the same
distributed
level
computing,
on the chips
fundamental
yet.
computer science work is really quite extraordinary. It is the hardest computing as we know. And so number one, it's a full stack challenge, and you have to optimize it across the whole thing, and across just a mind-blowing number of stacks. We have 400 acceleration libraries. As you know, the amount of libraries and frameworks that we accelerate is pretty mind-blowing. The second part is that generative AI is a large-scale problem, and it's a data center scale problem. It's another way of thinking that the computer is the data center, or the data center is the computer. It's not the chip, it's the data center, and it's never happened like this before. And in this particular environment,
AMD doesn't have
your
CUDA.
networking operating
they have
system,
ROCm,
your
right?
distributed computing engines, your understanding of the architecture of the networking gear, the switches, and the computing systems, the computing fabric. That entire system is your computer, and that's what you're trying to operate. And so in order to get the best performance, you have to understand full stack and understand data center scale, and that's what accelerated computing is. The second thing is that utilization, which talks about the amount of the types of applications that you can accelerate, and the versatility of your architecture keeps the utilization high. If you can do one thing and doing one thing only incredibly fast, then your data center is largely underutilized, and it's hard to scale that out. NVIDIA's universal GPU and the fact that we accelerate so many stacks makes our utilization incredibly high. And so number one is throughput, and that's software. That's a software-intensive problem. It's a data center architecture problem. The second is utilization, versatility problem, and the third is just data center expertise. We've built 5 data centers of our own, and we've helped companies all over the world build data centers. And we integrate our architecture into all the world's clouds. From the moment of delivery of the product to standing up and the deployment, the time to operations of a data center is measured not, if you're not good at it and you're not proficient at it, it could take months. Standing up a supercomputer, let's see, some of the largest supercomputers in the world were installed about 1.5 years ago, and now they're coming online. And so it's not unheard of to see a delivery to operations of about a year. Our delivery to operations measured in weeks, and we've taken data centers and supercomputers and we've turned it into products. And the expertise of the team in doing that is incredible. And so our value proposition is, in the final analysis, all of this technology translates into infrastructure, the highest throughput and the lowest possible cost. And so I think I think our market is, of course, very, very competitive, very large, but the challenge is really, really great.
Next, we go to Aaron Rakers with Wells Fargo. Your line's open.
Yeah, thank you for taking the question, and congrats on the quarter. As we kind of think about unpacking the various different growth drivers of the data center business going forward, I'm curious, Colette, of just how we should think about the monetization effect of software, considering that the expansion of your cloud service agreements continues to grow. I'm curious of where do you think we're at in terms of that approach, in terms of the AI enterprise software suite and other, drivers of software-only revenue going forward?
Thanks for the question. Software is really important to our accelerated platforms. Not only do we have a substantial amount of software that we are including in our newest architecture, and essentially all products that we have, we are now with many different models to help customers start their work in generative AI and accelerated computing. So anything that we have here from DGX Cloud on providing those services, helping them build models, or as you've discussed, the importance of NVIDIA AI Enterprise, essentially that operating system for AI. So all things should continue to grow as we go forward, both the architecture and the infrastructure, as well as the both availability of the software and our ability to monetize that with it as well. I'll turn it over to Jensen, see if he wants to add.
Yeah, we can see
once you learn how to read a balance sheet,
the growth
Walken,
of generative
that'll
AI
help you out
CSPs,
a lot.
Both for training the models, refining the models, as well as deploying the models. As Colette said earlier,
$200,000
inference
being wrong
is
fine
now
by
a
me.
major driver of accelerated computing because generative AI is
But their
used,
revenues do not match their valuations. They still haven't beat their year-over-year revenues.
So many applications.
They still haven't beat the
already.
crypto bubble.
There are two segments that requires a new stack of software, and the two segments are enterprise and industrials. Enterprise requires a new stack of software because many enterprises need to have all the capabilities that we've talked about, whether it's large language models, the ability to adapt them for your proprietary use case and your proprietary data, and align it to your own principles and your own operating domains. You want to have the ability to be able to do that in a high performance computing sandbox, and we call that DGX Cloud, and to create that model. Then you want to deploy your chatbot or your AI in any cloud, because you have services and you have agreements with multiple cloud vendors, and depending on the applications, you might deploy it on various clouds. For the enterprise, we have NVIDIA AI Foundation for helping you create custom models, and we have NVIDIA AI Enterprise. NVIDIA AI Enterprise is the only accelerated stack, GPU accelerated stack in the world that is enterprise safe and enterprise supported. There are constant patching that you have to do. There are 4,000 different packages that build up NVIDIA AI Enterprise, and represents the operating engine, end-to-end operating engine of the entire AI workflow. It's the only one of its kind, from data ingestion, data processing. Obviously, in order to train an AI model, you have a lot of data you have to process and package up and curate and align, and there's just a whole bunch of stuff that you have to do to the data to prepare it for training. That amount of data could consume some 40, 50, 60% of your computing time. And so data processing is a very big deal. And then the second aspect of it is training the model, refining the model, and the third is deploying the model for inferencing. NVIDIA AI Enterprise supports and patches and security patches continuously all of those 4,000 packages of software. And for an enterprise that wants to deploy their engine, just like they want to deploy Red Hat Linux, this is incredibly complicated software. In order to deploy that in every cloud, and as well as on-prem, it has to be secure, it has to be supported. And so NVIDIA AI Enterprise is the second part. The third is Omniverse. Just as people are starting to realize that you need to align an AI to ethics, the same for robotics, you need to align the AI for physics. And aligning an AI for ethics includes a technology called reinforcement learning human feedback. In the case of industrial applications in robotics, it's reinforcement learning omniverse feedback. And omniverse is a vital engine for software-defined and robotic applications in industries. And so Omniverse also needs to be a cloud service platform. And so our software stack, the three software stacks, AI Foundation, AI Enterprise, and Omniverse, runs in all of the world's clouds that we have partnerships, DJX cloud partnerships with. Azure, we have partnerships on both AI as well as Omniverse. With GCP and Oracle, we have great partnerships in DJX Cloud for AI, and AI Enterprise is integrated into all three of them. And so I think in order for us to extend the reach of AI beyond the cloud and into the world's enterprise and into the world's industries, you need new software stacks in order to make that happen. And by putting it in the cloud, integrated into the world's CSP clouds, it's a great way for us to partner with the sales and the marketing team and the leadership team of all the cloud vendors.
Next, we'll go to Timothy Arcuri with UBS. Your line is open.
Thanks a lot. I had a question and then I had a clarification as well. So the question first is, Jensen, on the InfiniBand versus Ethernet argument, can you sort of speak to that debate and maybe how you see it playing out? I know you need the low latency of InfiniBand for AI, but can you sort of talk about the attach rate of your InfiniBand solutions to what you're shipping on the core compute side, and maybe whether that's similarly crowding out Ethernet like you are with on the compute side? And then the clarification, Colette, is that there wasn't a share buyback despite you still having about $7 billion on the share repo authorization. Was that just timing? Thanks.
Colette, how about you go first? Take the question first.
Sure. That is correct. We have $7 billion available in our current authorization for repurchases. We did not repurchase anything in this last quarter, but we do repurchase opportunistically, and we'll consider that as we go forward as well. Thank you.
InfiniBand and Ethernet are target different applications in a data center. They both have their place. InfiniBand had a record quarter. We're going to have a giant record year. And InfiniBand has a really, NVIDIA's Quantum InfiniBand has an exceptional roadmap. It's going to be really incredible. The two networks are very different. InfiniBand is designed for an AI factory, if you will. If that data center is running a few applications for a few people for a specific use case, and it's doing it continuously, and that infrastructure costs you, pick a number, $500 million. The difference between InfiniBand and Ethernet could be 15-20% in overall throughput. And if you spent $500 million on an infrastructure and the difference is 10 to 20%, and it's $100 million, InfiniBand is basically free. That's the reason why people use it. InfiniBand is effectively free. The difference in data center throughput is just, it's too great to ignore. And you're using it for that one application. And so, however, if your data center is a cloud data center and it's multi-tenant, it's a bunch of little jobs, and it's shared by millions of people, then Ethernet's really the right answer. There's a new segment in the middle where the cloud is becoming a generative AI cloud. It's not an AI factory per se, but it's still a multi-tenant cloud, but it wants to run generative AI workloads. this new segment is a wonderful opportunity. And at Computex, I referred to it at the last GTC. At Computex, we're going to announce a major product line for this segment, which is for Ethernet-focused generative AI application type of clouds. But InfiniBand is doing fantastically, and we're doing record numbers, quarter on quarter, year on year.
Next, we'll go to Stacy Rasgon with Bernstein Research. Your line's open.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my question. I had a question on inference versus training for generative AI. So you're talking about inference as being a very large opportunity. I guess two subparts of that. Is that because inference basically scales with like the usage versus like training is more of a one and done? And can you give us some sort of, even if it's just like a, qualitatively, like if do you think inference is bigger than training or vice versa? And like if it's bigger, how much bigger? Is it like, is the opportunity, is it 5x? Is it 10x? Is there anything you can give us on those two workloads within generative AI would be helpful.
Yeah, I'll work backwards. You're never done with training. You're always every time you deploy, you're collecting new data. When you collect new data, you train with the new data, and so you're never done training. You're never done producing and processing a vector database that augments the large language model. You're never done with vectorizing all of the collected, structured, unstructured data that you have. And so whether you're building a recommender system, a large language model, a vector database, these are probably the three major applications of the three core engines, if you will, of the future of computing. There's a whole bunch of other stuff, but obviously these are three very important ones. They're always running. You're going to see that more and more companies realize they have a factory for intelligence, an intelligence factory, and in that particular case, it's largely dedicated to training and processing data and vectorizing data and learning representation of the data, so on and so forth. The inference part of it are APIs that are either open APIs that can be connected to all kinds of applications. APIs are integrated into workflows, but APIs of all kinds. There'll be hundreds of APIs in a company. Some of them they built themselves. Some of them many of them could come from companies like ServiceNow and Adobe that we're partnering with in AI Foundations. And they'll create a whole bunch of generative AI APIs that companies can then connect into their workflows or use as an application. And of course, there'll be a whole bunch of internet service companies. And so I think you're seeing for the very first time simultaneously a very significant growth in the segment of AI factories, as well as a segment that really didn't exist before, but now it's growing exponentially, practically by the week, for AI inference with APIs. The simple way to think about it in the end is that the world has $1 trillion of data center installed, and it used to be 100% CPUs. In the future, we know we've heard it in enough places, and I think this year's ISC keynote was actually about the end of Moore's law. We've seen it in a lot of places now that you can't reasonably scale out data centers with general purpose computing, and that accelerated computing is the path forward. And now it's got a killer app. It's called generative AI. And so the easiest way to think about that is your $1 trillion infrastructure. Every quarter's CapEx budget would lean very heavily into generative AI, into accelerated computing infrastructure, everywhere from the number of GPUs that would be used in the CapEx budget to the accelerated switches and accelerated networking chips that connect them all. the easiest way to think about that is over the next 4, 5, 10 years, most of that $1 trillion, and then compensating, adjusting for all the growth in data centers still, it will be largely generative AI, and so that's probably the easiest way to think about that, and that's training as well as inference.
Okay. Next, we'll go to Joseph Moore with Morgan Stanley. Your line's open.
Great, thank you. I wanted to follow up on that in terms of the focus on inference. It's pretty clear that this is a really big opportunity around large language models, but the cloud customers are also talking about trying to reduce cost per query by very significant amounts. You can talk about the ramifications of that for you guys. Is that where some of the specialty inference products that you launched at GTC come in, and just how are you going to help your customers get the cost per query down?
Yeah, that's a great question. Whether you start by building a large language model, and you use that large language model, very large version, and you could distill them into medium, small, and tiny size. And the tiny size ones you could put in your phone and your PC and so on and so forth. And they all have good, they all have it seems surprising, but they all can do the same thing. But obviously the zero shot or the generalizability of the large language model, the biggest one, is much more versatile, and it can do a lot more amazing things. And the large one would teach the smaller ones how to be good AIs. And so you use the large one to generate prompts to align the smaller ones and so on and so forth. And so you start by building very large ones, and then you also have to train a whole bunch of smaller ones. That's exactly the reason why we have so many different sizes of our inference. You saw that I announced L4, L40, H100 NVL, which also has H100, and then it has, and then we have H100 HGX, and then we have H100 multi-node, with NVLink. And so you could have model sizes of any kind that you like. The other thing that's important is these are models, but they're connected ultimately to applications. And the applications could have image in, video out, video in, text out, image in, proteins out, text in, 3D out, video in the future, 3D graphics out. So the input and the output requires a lot of pre and post processing. The pre and post processing can't be ignored, and this is one of the things that most of the specialized chip arguments fall apart, and it's because the model itself is only, call it 25% of the data of the overall processing of inference. The rest of it is about pre-processing, post-processing, security, decoding, all kinds of things like that. And so I think the multimodality aspect of inference, the multi-diversity of inference, that it's going to be done in the cloud, on-prem, it's going to be done in multi-cloud. That's the reason why we have NVIDIA AI Enterprise in all the clouds. It's going to be done on-prem. It's the reason why we have a great partnership with Dell, we just announced the other day, called Project Helix. It's going to be integrated into third-party services. That's the reason why we have a great partnership with ServiceNow and Adobe, because they're going to be creating a whole bunch of generative AI capabilities. And so there's the diversity and the reach of generative AI is so broad. You need to have some very fundamental capabilities like what I just described in order to really address the whole space of it.
Next, we'll go to Harlan Sur with J.P. Morgan. Your line's open.
Hi, good afternoon, and congratulations on the strong results and execution. I really appreciate more of the focus or some of the focus today on your networking products. I mean, it's really an integral part to sort of maximize the full performance of your compute platforms. I think your data center networking business is driving about $1 billion of revenues per quarter, plus or minus. That's 2.5x growth from 3 years ago, right, when you guys acquired Mellanox, so very strong growth. But given the very high attach of your InfiniBand Ethernet solutions to your accelerated compute platforms, is the networking run rate stepping up in line with your compute shipments? And then What is the team doing to further unlock more networking bandwidth going forward, just to keep pace with the significant increase in compute complexity, data sets, requirements for lower latency, better traffic predictability, and so on?
Yeah, Erlen, I really appreciate that. Nearly everybody who thinks about AI, they think about that chip, that accelerator chip, and in fact misses the whole point nearly completely. I've mentioned before that accelerated computing is about the stack, about the software, and networking. Remember, we announced very early on this networking stack called Doka, and we have a acceleration library called Magnum IO. These two pieces of software are some of the crown jewels of our company. Nobody ever talks about it because it's hard to understand, but it makes it possible for us to connect, tens of thousands of GPUs. How do you connect tens of thousands of GPUs if the operating system of the data center, which is the infrastructure, is not insanely great? And so that's the reason why we're so obsessed about networking in the company. And one of the great things that we have Mellanox, as you know quite well, was the world's highest performance and the unambiguous leader in high performance networking. Is the reason why our two companies are together. You also see that our network expands starting from NVLink, which is a computing fabric with really super low latency, and it communicates using memory references, not network packets. And then we take NVLink, we connect it inside multiple GPUs, and I've described going beyond the GPU. And I'll talk a lot more about that at Computex in a few days. And then that gets connected to InfiniBand, which includes the NIC, the Smart NIC, Bluefield 3 that we're in full production with, and the switches, all of the fiber optics that are optimized end to end. These things are running at incredible line rates. And then beyond that, if you want to connect the smart AI factory, this AI factory into your computing fabric, we have a brand new type of Ethernet that we'll be announcing at Computex. And so this whole area of the computing fabric connecting all of these GPUs and computing units together, all the way through the networking, through the switches, the software stack is insanely complicated. And so I'm delighted you understand it. But this, we don't break it out particularly because we think of the whole thing as a computing platform, as it should be. We sell it to all of the world's data centers as components so that they can integrate it into whatever style or architecture that they would like, and we can still run our software stack. That's the reason why we break it up. It's way more complicated the way that we do it, but it makes it possible for NVIDIA's computing architecture to be integrated into anybody's data center in the world, from cloud of all different kinds to on-prem of all different kinds, all the way out to the edge to 5G. And so this way of doing it is really complicated, but it gives us incredible reach.
And our last question will come from Matt Ramsay with TD Cowen. Your line's open.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Jensen, and to the whole team. One of the things I wanted to dig into a little bit is the DGX cloud offering. You guys have been working on this for some time behind the scenes, where you sell in the hardware to your hyperscale partners and then lease it back for your own business. And the rest of us kind of found out about it publicly a few months ago. And as we look forward over the next number of quarters, as Colette discussed, to high visibility in the data center business, maybe you could talk a little bit about the mix you're seeing of hyperscale customers buying for their own first-party internal workloads versus their own sort of third-party, their own customers, versus what of that big upside in data center going forward is systems that you're selling in with potential to support your DGX Cloud offerings and what you've learned since you've launched it about the potential of that business. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Without being too specific about numbers, but the ideal scenario, the ideal mix is something like 10% NVIDIA DGX Cloud and 90% the CSP's clouds. And the reason and our DGX Cloud is the NVIDIA stack. It's the pure NVIDIA stack. It is architected the way we like and achieves the best possible performance. It gives us the ability to partner very deeply with the CSPs to create the highest performing infrastructure, number one. Number two, it allows us to partner with the CSPs to create markets. Like, for example, we're partnering with Azure to bring Omniverse Cloud to the world's industries. And the world's never had a system like that. The computing stack with all the generative AI stuff and all the 3D stuff and the physics stuff, incredibly large database and really high-speed networks and low-latency networks. That kind of a industrial virtual world has never existed before. And so we partnered with Microsoft to create Omniverse Cloud inside Azure Cloud. And so it allows us, number two, to create new applications together and develop new markets together. And we go to market as one team, and we benefit by getting customers on our computing platform, and they benefit by having us in their cloud, number one, but number two, the amount of data and services and security services and all of the amazing things that Azure and GCP and OCI have. They can instantly have access to that through Omniverse Cloud. And so it's a huge win-win. And for the customers, the way that NVIDIA's cloud works, for these early applications, they could do it anywhere. So one standard stack runs in all the clouds. And if they would like to take their software and run it on the CSP's cloud themselves, and manage it themselves, we're delighted by that because NVIDIA AI Enterprise, NVIDIA AI Foundations, and long term, this is going to take a little longer, but NVIDIA Omniverse will run into CSP's clouds. Okay, so our goal really is to drive architecture, to partner deeply in creating new markets and the new applications that we're doing, and provide our customers with the flexibilities to run NVIDIA everywhere, including on-prem. And so those were the primary reasons for it, and it's worked out incredibly. Our partnership with the three CSPs and that we currently have DGX Cloud in, and their sales force, their marketing teams, their leadership teams is really quite spectacular. It works great.
Thank you. I'll now turn it back over to Jensen Huang for closing remarks.
The computer industry is going through two simultaneous transitions: accelerated computing and generative AI. CPU scaling has slowed, yet computing demand is strong. And now with generative AI, supercharged. Accelerated computing, a full stack and data center scale approach that NVIDIA pioneered, is the best path forward. There's $1 trillion installed in the global data center infrastructure based on the general purpose computing method of the last era. Companies are now racing to deploy accelerated computing for the generative AI era. Over the next decade, most of the world's data centers will be accelerated. We are significantly increasing our supply to meet their surging demand. Large language models can learn information and code it in many forms. Guided by large language models, generative AI models can generate amazing content. And with models to fine-tune, guardrail, align to guiding principles, and ground to facts, generative AI is emerging from labs and is on its way to industrial applications. As we scale with cloud and internet service providers, We are also building platforms for the world's largest enterprises, whether within one of our CSP partners or on-prem with Dell Helix, whether on a leading enterprise platform like ServiceNow and Adobe, or bespoke with NVIDIA AI Foundations, we can help enterprises leverage their domain expertise and data to harness generative AI securely and safely. We are ramping a wave of products in the coming quarters, including H100, our Grace and Grace Hopper super chips, and our Bluefield 3 and Spectrum 4 networking platform. They are all in production. They will help deliver data center scale computing that is also energy efficient and sustainable computing. Join us next week at Computex and we'll show you what's next. Thank you.
This concludes today's conference call. You may now disconnect.
So definitely some discussion on this. Give me 1 second. All right, guys, you in here?
What's going on?
What's up? Dude, the return the return rate on saying AI, 91 cents per share. That's almost $2 billion per AI for a market which is apparently capped at $1 trillion and is now sporting a market cap of 960 billion.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I still want to open a holding company where all we do is just say AI in the media.
I agree. I mean, do we have any soft goods?
Yeah.
I actually wish Atomic was in this call because he's like a full stack engineer and he would probably be better suited to comment on some of their software deployment. But I mean, I know enough to know a lot of the things that Jensen was saying were actually just bullshit, which you expect in an earnings call. But they did say some things that really are kind of disturbing if you're a shareholder.
I
Like
mean,
they're
I can give you an
visualizing
example.
earnings for the second half of the year and reporting them now. That seems illegal.
Well, they're getting kind of close to. I mean, they've put themselves in quite a position, and unfortunately, for those that didn't hedge, I'm sorry, I have to just say I'm so excited that I finally hedged something.
Yeah,
It feels
it's
good.
super awesome. I love hedging earnings.
I would have just gotten wiped out basically if I didn't buy that one call. That one call did it all.
Yeah, I mean, I have 305s and 320s that are up like fucking 500, 600% now.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm very thankful for that. Didn't hedge some AMD. I'm at a couple $100 on some AMD spreads, but who cares, right?
Yeah. Always hedge earnings.
But yeah, so like one example, he was talking about, his bread and butter software that never really gets talked about that, is a low latency way to connect a bunch of GPUs together and run things in parallel. It's like that's not anything special, right? He just
that's
wrote
kind of like technology we've
just
already
wrote
had,
some software.
right?
Yeah,
Quite some time.
it's almost a commodity at this point, right? I mean, you just write some software that runs in parallel. I didn't understand why he was hyping even that, but
I
those are
mean,
just kind
it
of
might
these
be
examples
more
of, like,
efficient. Maybe someone's paying him for it, right?
maybe,
Like
but,
that's fine. Like I get hyping like product lines and stuff, but so much of it's just fluff. And now it's really serious, right? Like now Nvidia is sitting on $1 trillion valuation. for a
Oh.
$2 trillion industry. The industry's valued at 2 trillion by 2023 or 2030 rather, right? They've got a $1 trillion worth of infrastructure that they can build out, and they're already valued at that level.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you listen to, what everybody kept kind of asking over and over and over again because they weren't getting an answer, and what you were alluding to is that they're kind of talking about H2 a little bit, is that all of these people on the call know that they need some insane growth to sustain these valuations, and they're kind of want to know, oh, you're gonna do 11 billion this quarter, which sounds great, but you're gonna have to do even more than that next quarter, right? And you're already, I mean, 11 billion. What was that for the quarter, or was that for the whole year? I was confused.
That's for they're so I believe what I read was and heard was that they're projecting 11 billion in revenue for next quarter.
Oh my God. Yeah. That's, I mean,
well, here's what I mean,
basically now they're going to have to double. I mean, they made 4 and change on their, basically their data center stuff, which is what everybody's crazy about. They have to at least double that.
Yeah, well, not only that, I mean, they have to maintain their automotive and gaming sales, which are the gaming sales are rapidly declining.
Gaming sales are down. Automotive's a write-off, right? It's so small. Automotive.
Did you hear you hear the part where the CFO commented on that they realigned inventory?
Yeah,
like they rerouted it. What the fuck does that even mean? Where they put it in a different warehouse?
Yeah, I wasn't sure what they meant by that, but
I need to read through their 10K because it's starting to sound very fucking like well, it's like kind of like Enron-y, right? Like
yeah,
they're pricing in revenues that they haven't realized on sales that aren't completed, on infrastructure that's not being built out yet, on and based on partnerships with companies that have spent the entire last quarter distancing themselves from AMD or Nvidia rather, right? Like every major cloud provider has come out and said we're building our own chips. Fuck this shit.
Yeah, I have a cute little
yeah, I saw your
Twitter
tweet.
about it.
But I mean, and then they have competition too. I mean, there's Micron, there's Micron, there's AMD, and there's ARM, right?
Like, I don't get, so they're being valued at $1 trillion. They're valuing themselves at $1 trillion, but like you said, the AI industry is projected to be a $2 trillion industry. That means that they're expected to have half the market share, right? That's very, very lofty. I mean, even if
ASML as well.
Pioneer, like, that's a lot of market share.
That's half.
I mean, here's the deal. They are almost, at this point, it is basically a guarantee that if you invest in NVIDIA today, you will not see a better return than risk-free nearly risk-free U.S. Treasuries for like a decade. There's literally, from an investor standpoint, there's literally no upside unless they can deliver insane growth. And we're talking like 100% improvement in sales.
But like, where the fuck are they going to sell them? There's not enough. I mean, even if they get $500 million, like he was saying, for every fucking data center in the world, right? Like every single data center, no matter how, behind in its infrastructure build outs it is, every single data center in the entire world pays them $500 million. That's $4 trillion in the next 10 years.
Yeah. I don't know. And, he talked a lot about supercomputers as well. And a big client for supercomputers, and maybe is why he was pushing on China. He had an article at the Financial Times where he was like, basically, it sounded like, he was about to go broke if they didn't open up China again, because the U.S. is basically put export control restrictions on all of their
Yeah,
chips.
there's an
Their
executive
high
order you
performance
can't
chip.
sell.
Yeah.
Can't sell any of the hardware accelerator or the accelerator chips to China.
Yeah. So all the chips they have to sell 100% growth on this quarter, they can't sell to, a third to half of the world market on.
Yeah, they
on
said
this.
Baidu. Like they said right in their fucking earnings call that Baidu is one of their customers for these AI accelerated chips, but Baidu's based in Shenzhen, right? So like how the fuck do they pull that off? Like it's is that a lie? Are they traders? Like, I don't know the legal restrictions on a violation of an
I don't know what the
executive
specifics
tariff,
are.
but
They might be able to like nerf it.
yeah, they can sell them
nerf.
like shitty chips, but the Chinese don't want them. That was the problem before. That's why they lost so much
Yeah.
valuation
I
prior
don't
to this big
understand.
bump.
Yeah. Where was I going with this? Oh, so a big buyer are world governments, because those are the ones that do a lot of capital investments in supercomputing power.
Yeah.
So like, for example, I know the Department of Energy has been part of that race, and has a number of supercomputers. But I actually came across, they commissioned the National Science Foundation and some other folks to do like a sort of a roadmap, like the last Billionaires call, I was complaining about a lack of a roadmap for AI.
Yeah.
Well, somebody at the NSF wrote a roadmap for the U.S. government and their strategic plan for AI going forward, out the next 5 years or so.
Mm-hmm.
And they're talking like $2.5 billion. Which is big money for NSF, right? It's
Yeah,
small money
yeah,
for DOE, and it's small money for the NIH and
well,
other
I'm
places.
sure like military budget and stuff would exceed that greatly, but
sure, but the military budget is
does
like 850, and
does the military really need to buy consumer grade like NVIDIA GPUs?
I don't know that they would know what to do with it. I mean, the people that would be more likely to be building those would be the Department of Energy.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're just not talking about enough money for it to. So back to your point, they can't sell them to China. They're unlikely to sell very much to the U.S. government. They're not
Europe?
selling them to the big.
Europe's not going to spend that much.
No. You're not selling them to the big mega caps anymore. You sold them what they, they bought enough to, steal your secrets, etc. Right?
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know who you're going to sell them to, and we had this. I had a very brief discussion with somebody the other day who said like, oh well, all these small companies are going to want to buy these chips to make their own, private, local server for this stuff. But nobody's got any money, unless you're a huge company, you don't have any money to buy these chips. I mean, you need a bunch of these chips, and each one costs like $40,000 to $100,000, and it's not just a chip; it's like a whole server setup. But
it's like it's like a whole rack. I've seen them; they're like a whole rack.
You need a ton of capital to build your own local AI server, and you think about the financial environment right now. Nobody can afford that. Nobody can get.
Well, it's not that they can't afford it, but I mean, like Amazon came out pretty. I think Amazon was the most direct statement because it was in their earnings, right? They were just like,
the only people that
it's
can
too
afford
expensive
it are
to
people
scale
that
this
aren't
out.
going to buy it.
Yeah, and
That's
they're
what I'm
like,
trying
we
to
have
get
we
at.
have no intention of deploying any of this into our cloud infrastructure at any point, right? And AWS is the biggest cloud infrastructure provider, right? Besides Azure.
Yeah, so you got mid caps and small caps left, right? Of trying to sell to them, but that's my point. Is
good fucking
small
luck,
caps and
right?
startups aren't going to be able to get the money to finance that, right? Because it doesn't make sense. What they would rather do while they're building up their own chatbots and AI systems and whatever, they're going to want to just buy cloud time and only compute exactly what they need.
Yeah.
Essentially rent the equipment. And somebody tried to ask a question like this in the call, but it was kind of not answered.
Not answered.
The way but that's the thing. Like, the whole business model is we need to sell a bunch of these, but nobody's buying them, and the people that are going to buy them already bought them, and then the people that are going to use them just want to use clouds that have already been bought. So I don't understand where this money is coming from.
I mean, I'm gonna be 100% honest right now. As long as Nvidia opens at 380 tomorrow, I actually don't give a shit. But
I don't either.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. None of it adds up. Like logically, it just I mean, it's a speculative bubble, but now it's gone beyond that, right? It was a speculative bubble at $300 at almost $400. This is fucking insanity.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how many people raise price targets tomorrow. I mean, we already blew past a bunch of the ones that they just raised.
I mean, I might just start like DCAing fucking like NVDS at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
do you feel squeezed? I mean, I made more money on my calls, my 80 calls than I lost on my 350 puts.
Yeah, I mean, I have kind of like a mess of, essentially at this point, what I'm left with is 10 short bear spreads or call bear spreads. And I bought one call and it like more than hedged all of my losses that I had.
I mean, they're like fucking they were $8 earlier and they're like 50 now.
Yeah. So
yeah.
But I just so I kind of got squeezed, I guess. But I imagine there's a chance that I wake up tomorrow morning and I just have like I have 10 exercised sold calls and like I'm short 1,000 shares of Nvidia with $300,000 on my margin. I have to.
This morning, I mean, no, you won't. It'll just be the max spread because your long calls are up, right?
Yeah. But are they going to do all that for me, or do I have to do it?
They should. You can call them if you want them to manage it for you. It's not that you're using Fidelity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just call them and be like, "Hey, I want you guys to close all this shit out for me, and so I don't lose money."
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. The market maker was pricing in 3.1% move for today. So I'd imagine that some of this is going to get hedged down. I hope it stays above. I mean, at least above 340, so I get all my puts paid off.
Yeah.
And I can reposition. But I don't know, Dork. What do you think, man?
Kind of like you. I'm just sort of more surprised by the move than anything. Even if you would like to believe even if you do believe all of the things they said and their forward growth projections, right? The repricing of the stock just doesn't make much sense to me, right? A realistic growth trend for them, I think trying to price forward like a year of growth into them, they just had 25% year over year growth priced in essentially, or even shorter term, based on what they said. It just doesn't make sense to me how fund managers can one, believe this fully, and two, not tamp down expectations based on the macroeconomic picture. It's pretty much like it seems like it's just completely ignored at this point, and that's the part that bothers me more than anything else. So like, if they project
yeah, I mean,
like why not like adjust the rate of growth for increase in interest rates.
I mean, yeah, it's what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like FSLR and end phase, right? Where like the entire value of their like future projections based off of the Inflation Reduction Act are being priced into their current share price.
Yeah. No, it's insanely frothy. I mean, I kind of understand because, longs are desperate for something to latch onto, but this is extreme. I mean, the volume too that we saw was decent at first.
Well, I mean, don't forget that a lot of like after hours price action gets bid up because the spreads are so wide,
Yeah,
right? Like
it's always,
sustaining
yeah.
this price is a lot harder. There's not that much volume in after hours. Like there's a little bit, but I mean, it went up 5% on 100,000 or a million volume, which is absurd, right?
Yeah, and so that's the craziest part, right? Is that it got bid up there is what happened.
Yeah.
Nobody came in and said, you know what, this is too much valuation. I'm going to sell some Nvidia shares, into this buying because it's too much. Everyone's just holding on, and that really shocked me, right? Like when it went up, 10%, I was like, okay, that's normal. And then it just kept fucking going up 15%. I was like, what the? Where's the sellers, right? Like I think that it's a weird combination of people don't want to sell and people are actually bullish on this, right? And the longer you can keep this party going, the better if you're long. So like it's just a mess. It seems like it seems like the speculation is getting out of hand. For one stock, they're basically saying we're going to take half the market share of AI, in the next 7 years, and I just don't believe it. I don't believe it at all, and I'm kind of surprised
I mean,
that.
I know I've talked to like some of the people in the Discord that work more closely with AI, and like CUDA integration's really important for these data centers. But, Nvidia's not, or like AMD's not far behind them, right? Like you can already use like the AMD like M1 200 chips to like I think they have like ROMC, which allows them to run CUDA software on the AMD GPUs. And then the AMD scale out is far cheaper, and I think even though it may not perform to the same level, they may just get business based on the power efficiency and the price of conversion over Nvidia, right? I mean that's how AMD beat Intel, right? Was they just stayed cheaper and slightly worse for years until they actually started to roll out CPUs that beat Intel. Um, and it took a long time for them to catch up, but their model of staying just slightly cheaper has been uh very, very beneficial to them, and they're being valued at a market cap of, and their market cap's pretty high right now, but um they kind of flew up a little bit in after hours, but 180 billion. So they're being valued at like 1/5 of what Nvidia is. Yeah, and even though they're more than likely to represent the other half of the market share, right?
Yeah, and that's why I don't believe it. Like I just don't believe it at all. And that's really kind of what I meant was like there's going to be competitors. They're going to show up, and even if they end up with the majority of market share, right? They're only at that point. The only thing that matters to them is retaining it, right? And everybody else, the only thing that matters to them is just scraping away at their market share, and it's just going to happen over time, and it's going to erode their market share over the next 5 years. So it's just, yeah, it's ridiculous to think that they're not only going to become the major producer of AI related stuff, whether it's software or hardware, but that they're also going to maintain that for an extended period of time when we're at a point in history that technology evolves, even between companies faster and faster, right? Like
Yeah.
Microsoft catches up quick, right? There goes Microsoft's data centers, Apple catches up, there goes Apple's data centers. Amazon catches up, there goes Amazon's data centers, and Amazon's a huge competitor too. They're going to be someone to watch out for. They're taking their time, but they'll come in and they will get a large portion of market share because they'll do it well and cheap. AWS is good and cheap, right? And that's what
Yeah.
they're good at taking. So it's a ridiculous valuation, and I think that I mean, this is probably just going to end up being a long play, right? Like it's just going to take fucking forever for this to die down, unless there's like a straight market crash for some other reason where everyone just dumps everything.
Yeah.
Without
Yeah.
that notwithstanding, this could take a long time to play out.
I
Like,
mean,
you know,
I'm more than happy to reposition my puts with the stock price at $400 a share.
yeah, I
Because
mean,
because then I'm like, you know, I'm confident buying way the fuck out of the money puts. Like, you know, at 300 I was still buying like 280, 250. At 400 I'm probably going to be buying like 280, 250.
yeah, no, I'm thinking like, yeah, $280 leaps puts, right?
Yeah.
Like, just super far dated and just
And now
whacking
cheap
off.
as fuck. I mean, I
Yeah.
do wonder how much advantage is gained by the stock price being so much higher for bears. I mean, like the long holders were already, you know, bearish, and they just got assigned on all their shares. So I mean, the Nvidia sold calls were fucking stacked to the ceiling. Guess what, Peter? Would you go away walking? Don't you have somewhere to be? No one likes you. Just leave.
Who's that walking? Who's
I think
that
it's
guy?
it's fucking walking, or it's
Who is that?
bandstand. Either one. They were both pieces of shit.
I thought they were the same person.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I agree with you all that. I mean, I think if the short thesis wasn't killed 3 months ago, the short-term short thesis has been dead and buried now at this earnings call. So I certainly wouldn't just like turn around and jump in tomorrow
Oh, no.
to say it's really high. We've been saying that for a while now, and it just keeps going up. So I definitely think that I agree that it's going to take a while to come down. I mean, at this point, it seems like it's not going to come down until they miss on their unsustainable path that they've projected.
But here's the deal though. What's the advantage to Nvidia by projecting these revenues that ultimately, like, they can't meet that rate of growth? Right. I mean,
don't know.
capex is going down, opex is going down. Like, nobody's, you know, refleshing their fucking data center right now to integrate Chat GPT into their fucking API, right? And you know, that word has come across from almost every major cloud service provider at this point. I mean, maybe smaller ones are willing to spend out the capital in order to try to catch up, right, and try to take market share from the big boys. Nvidia's in a 10-year up channel that's between 185 and 830 by Jan 2024. Jan puts are looking cheap. 185.
So I can think of one.
I mean, you do know that uptrends don't project price improvement, right? C-Mill. But anyway,
I could think of one good reason why you want to give very lofty goals and projections and talk about your AI factories and your little AI. What did I call it? The little AI civilization where you're talking about AIs training AIs. I was like, are the AIs
yeah. All the AIs making more AIs. Skynet.
Are they going to be naming their AI kids, you know, and having little AI families, you know?
I mean, if he'd said sex bot, I'd be buying calls tomorrow, but he didn't.
That's later on, and that's going to be a whole new IPO that we're going to have to go and buy. So be on the lookout for the IPO of the sex bot. That's going to be next. But yeah, so there's one good reason that I could think of, and you kind of alluded to it, and I know, and this is highly unlikely to be the case. They're probably just stupid, but a good reason is that you have a lot of shares of NVIDIA, and you don't want to have a lot of shares of NVIDIA anymore because you see that CapEx is going down, and you see that your revenues are shrinking. You know? You know who that would be?
Insiders?
That's what I'm saying.
But Jensen sold on the last, like, all-time high. I mean, he still has a lot of shares, but the insider ownership of Nvidia is not really high.
The risk reward on that is already so skewed to reward. There's no, to me, there's not enough incentive there to take on the risk of being accused of lying to your shareholders for what? For a couple extra $1 million on top of all the,
I mean,
tens
this
of
has
millions.
got to culminate in a share offering, like a big, big, big fucking share offering. That's the only way. That's the only way it makes sense to like future project earnings as we head into a fucking recession, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like the people working for Nvidia and their CFO is not an idiot, right? Like there's a reason to do this, and the only thing I can think of is like a big fat fucking capital raise on the back of shareholders, and $10 billion at this point not enough.
But I
Yeah.
imply that they've lied.
Lied,
Are they gonna get
or
away
just
with it?
fudged their non-GAAP disclosures, right? Like, I mean, you look at the CFO's like statement, right? The CFO commentary. Hold on, I gotta get rid of all this. So yeah, 94 times they said AI. So we got revenue, right? Quarter one, 24 versus 23, down 24 versus 23, down 13% year over year. Gross margins down 9 points. I mean, even in the earnings call, she didn't say margins. She's like, margins have almost caught up, but she didn't say they were down year over year, right? Operating expenses are down, which is good, right? They're cutting costs, but most of their cost is like deployment of hardware, right? So if they're cutting costs, that means they're making less chips, which means they're selling less chips, right? Operating income, net income, and diluted earnings per share are up on GAAP, right? But they're down across the board on non-GAAP, down 23, 21, and 20% on their prior report for quarter one 2023. So like across the board, they missed on non-GAAP year-over-year outcomes. Graphics processor sales are down 40%. So their compute and networking is doing better, and it's up year-over-year and up quarter-over-quarter, but it's up the same amount year-over-year and quarter-over-quarter. And then overall, their revenues by reportable segments are down 13%. I mean, the reason we're even having this conversation is because this continues to be, I don't know, at least to me, a very attractive short. Like, and at this point, not even just an attractive short, like a keg maker. Like, this is like the opportunity to short this is.
Technically, this is the short of a lifetime, right?
I mean, I think so, yeah.
But you have to.
What's the cost to borrow?
How much more market cap do they price in? I mean, do they raise estimates for like total valuation of AI by 2030?
Here's the thing: we didn't get to this point logically. We're not going to leave this point logically.
Yeah.
And it does seem like everybody's banking on this growth in the one area on that earnings sheet. Yeah, the earnings sheet overall looks bad, but what's the area that everybody focused on? It was the almost doubling of earnings or revenue in the networking space and the
it was
cloud.
only up 20%.
Month over month.
Year over year.
No, I'm saying month over month it like almost doubled.
Yeah, well, I mean, up by 1/5.
I thought it was like 2,000 something the month before.
Quarter over quarter is up 21%. Year over year is also up 21%. Last quarter they beat their compute and networking by like $1 million. And then this quarter they beat by $1 billion. So the quarter over quarter and the year over year are this like the same.
Gotta love it.
But I mean, you look at all these analysts, it seems like every day now you're getting another analyst that raises the price target by $50. I mean, it's not just Jensen that's complicit in this bubble. I mean, there's a lot of people that are complicit in this, and it is unclear. If it was unclear exactly why Jensen and Co. are doing it, why is everybody else doing it? You know, who's the sucker? It can't just be retail. There's not enough.
I mean,
retailers.
well, retail wasn't selling calls at 320 and
Yeah.
330 at millions or tens of thousands of calls at 330 and 320. That's not retail investors, right? So someone got blown the fuck up on those. Bad, real bad.
But they're up, right?
I mean, okay, they're up from 300.
There are no more bag holders. There are 0 bag holders, except for whoever bought at $3.95 in after hours.
That's not very many people. So that begs the question: how sustainable is the current price? Is this going to drop far faster than we expect it to?
I mean, I'm closing everything. I'm closing my hedge immediately.
Has the
tomorrow.
volume of the bubble become too big for its own surface tension?
I mean, I thought that.
Did you check out futures?
Huh? Yeah,
Check out
futures aren't doing very good.
Yeah, futures did a little thing.
I mean, none of the macros changed. I know a lot of you guys in the chat right now are very worried about what's going to happen with the indexes because of this, and this will have some bleed over effect on ETFs. But I mean, it's a 20% change on 2% of the S&P's market cap, right? So it's not as big a deal as you think. Like, this isn't going to launch us back to like 4,400 or anything. Not by itself, not by any means. But this value will bleed over into the rest of tech. Well, at least it'll bleed over into Microsoft and AMD, right? So there will be some effect. I mean, I know QQQ's or NQ's definitely up now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way it's not. Yeah, NQ's up 137 BPS, which is about back to where it was the other day.
Yeah. Well, the macro situation hasn't changed, and the thing is too is that Nvidia's earnings wasn't like the last one where they just kicked the football. They did the kickoff for the big game in the last earnings. This is more like the cheerleaders came out and got the crowd chanting along with them. That's kind of what happened this time. So it's not going to be like a huge boost in sentiment, investor sentiment, more broadly. So we'll probably still see like underperformance in S&P 500 outside of the S&P 10, right?
Yeah.
And you'll probably see a decent push in Nasdaq because it's fairly bullish that they are still alive, making decent money and hitting the marks. That's good for Nasdaq just on the whole. So I'd watch out on a Nasdaq short, but more generally, yeah, I'm not. This doesn't really worry me that much at all. I'm like, oh man, my put's still in the money, and that's about where I'm at, right? Don't really care.
I mean, QQQ could come back down. I mean, it's a decent sized move for SQQQ, but I mean, the macro situation's not changing. We still have an unresolved debt ceiling. We still have high inflation. We got PCE this weekend. We possibly hit a second confirmation of stagflation tomorrow with GDP. So I mean, the macro situation's not changing because of the AI bubble. It's not, unfortunately, not enough to drive the markets to prosperity, right? I mean, it's basically intelligent systems to harvest data slightly better than they already harvest data at an extreme cost. Right now,
Yeah, I missed some of this conversation because I'm trying to multitask, but yeah, I mean, I think you said this in the call, but Nvidia's something on the order of 2% of the S&P. So even if it goes up, 30% like it did, 2% of 30%, about 0.6, which is about what we saw on the after hours, right? So at least that initial pump.
Yeah, and the fucking hundreds of billions of dollars in downside positioning isn't just gonna give up because Nvidia had good earnings.
But here's the thing that keeps me a little bit more bearish every day. It seems like every day the valuations of the top 10 mega caps goes up a little bit, and every day the SPX fails to break 4,200, which means that the rest of the SPX is still cratering, right? Slowly just crumbling underneath. And the question is how long can those top 10 hold everything up?
I
Can
don't
they hold
know.
them up long enough for
Are we
Brett
just
to still
moving
get
to a
hit?
corporatocracy?
Yeah, I don't
No,
know. I mean,
I think
I think this kind of lends to the lack of logic, right? People are looking for a place to park money. We've already parked a ton of it in money markets and bonds and all of that and cash. But people don't want to miss. They don't want to completely remove from the market, so they want equity exposure. Where do they go? They go to the safe ones, right? And then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that's now sort of started to spin out of control. I mean, we're hitting gamma max on these mega caps like we're at the height of a bull market,
I mean, now
and,
Nvidia higher than the bull market.
oh yeah, I mean Nvidia is kind of off the charts, at least from the options chain. I'm interested about tomorrow simply from a like an academic perspective, just to see what the hell happens, because we're so far above gamma max.
I mean, so the majority of those calls are sold for 616 on Nvidia. I think there's a mechanical case for Nvidia moving back to 330 before then.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it craters down, which is why I'm gonna close out the long call tomorrow early, but I'm gonna hold on to some of my longer dated spread because I had to roll some spreads because I got screwed on Friday, and I rolled some of them to 616, and I'm just gonna hold them and see what happens.
Yeah. I have a few spreads out on Nvidia, but not much. And I mean, the profit opportunity in spreads is high, so there's a good chance that a lot of the sold calls aren't necessarily secured and that they're actually just spreads. But that'll mean tomorrow is going to be met with an obscene amount of call selling, right? Because institutions will just hold those puts out, like those short calls open naked, and they'll take the profits off the puts and then short the fuck out of it.
Yeah, but if they're spread, I mean, here's the thing though: we're so far above gamma max that we're in a situation where, on the put side, the puts have zero influence on the chain.
Yeah.
No delta, no gamma. The calls, they have no gamma. They're all delta, and if it's all spreads, the delta's matched, right? It's a net wash. And so, if that's the case, we're just going to stay up here until somebody sells actual shares. Which, who's going to sell shares on, the hottest thing on the market? The only thing that's going straight up when the rest of the market's falling apart. Who wants to be that manager that goes to their clients and says, well, it seems like a good idea.
Isn't that kind of just like running for the top of a capsizing boat?
Yeah, sure, but you don't want to be you don't want to be the person that gave up halfway up the boat and drowned right before the emergency vehicles show up and rescue everyone at the top. Right?
Oh shit. Fitch Ratings, London. Fitch Ratings has placed the United States AAA long-term foreign currency issuer default rating on Rating Watch negative.
Ooh.
What does that mean?
It's like downgrade light.
It's kind of like the announcement of an intent to downgrade in the future if conditions persist. Fuck, that's actually like a big deal. 40x forward PE is stupidly optimistic. What the Nvidia's at like fucking 200 PE.
Yeah, they probably mean price of sales.
Oh.
I mean, they were 28 price of sales before whatever this was in after hours, and now they're probably close to 40, which is insane. At the height of the .com bubble, Sun Microsystems was at 10. And the CEO wrote a letter to all the shareholders after the bubble popped and everyone was pissed off. Was like, there was literally no way, short of crime, that I could have given you the returns you were asking for in 10 years. He said,
Jensen
"What were you guys
good.
thinking?" Now we're at 4x that.
I mean, I think Jensen from last meeting to this meeting, I think Jensen sounded scared. He kept reiterating like the size of the potential market cap, right? And he kept reiterating it as like $1 trillion. And Nvidia's valued at $1 trillion.
Dude, yeah, it's
some
insane.
of that, like $1 trillion in the like killer. What did he say? Killer hardware with a killer application. He said all of those things multiple times in multiple different venues. So he's just kind of repeating his spiel just to kind of keep everything going. I don't know. It's wild. This is wild.
So
I mean, if there aren't like
Nvidia
insider sells here, or if there isn't like a massive share offering, then the entire pump is squandered by Nvidia.
So here's my Nvidia bull thesis, okay?
I'm listening.
So the Fed cuts rates by 50 BPS before year end, okay? Nvidia does a $150 billion share offering, and now they can afford to actually do what they're going to say they're going to do.
I mean, they have cash. They have money already. They
Not
can
enough.
they can already afford to do at least most of what they plan to do. The supply chain issues and stuff, and the fact that they're not moving their inventory are a whole nother story, though, right? Like how much more capex can you spend and not move your inventory?
Yeah, so that's what I mean. That's what I mean. They need if they're going to try to catch a 50% market share of $1 trillion industry, that takes a lot of investment and it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of infrastructure. They still have an entire business to run behind it. And when you do something like this, especially when you're super overvalued, like Meta could have done a way better job with all their dumb shit if they had done a fat capital raise in 2021, right? This is a great opportunity for Nvidia to do it the right way. This is, I mean, if they want to take advantage of the bubble, they would do just an unbelievable capital raise, and then that would make me super bullish on Nvidia if they did that, right? That's money to the company. That's not insiders selling off to jump ship. That's investing in the company, right?
Yeah.
So I'd be bullish on that, but you also need the Fed to cut rates so that way people will keep buying shares.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Fed's gonna eventually cut rates. I don't think they're gonna do it this year unless we get a market crash, though. And if we get a market crash, then the capital raise is out of the question.
They gotta do it now. They gotta do it quick.
Yeah, inflation's still too persistent. I mean, short of maybe if we get a default, but that'll give us a market crash, right?
Oh yeah. We're still in Shitsville right now. But I see a way for Nvidia to get out if we get the debt ceiling raised and we get some more, time. The debt ceiling raise is going to cause markets to go down, so they really should do a capital raise by the end of the week, or maybe on Monday if we haven't defaulted by then. They should do a capital raise, as soon as they can, so they can get ahead of the liquidity crunch that's coming, right? And I don't know if it's a crunch, but the liquidity pressure that's coming, and it's going to enter into the market, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, there's a way, there's a path. They got a tight little window, and I hope they're probably thinking about this. What do we do with all this extra market cap, right? And it'd be really nice for them to just stick it in their own pockets. I mean, GameStop did it, and they did great, right? They had positive EPS, and they're not out of business, which they were going to be by the middle of 2021 if Ryan Cohen hadn't done that share offering.
Yeah.
So it's a super useful tool, and I hope they use it, because if they do, then I might buy some Nvidia then. But until then, if they're just going to be making these empty promises and not actually investing in their growth, I'm not going to believe it one bit. I'm not going to buy it.
Be honest, you're not buying any Nvidia.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I probably won't buy it anyways because I don't buy anything besides
I'm
Fubo.
calling BS on that.
Yeah, the only things I buy are Fubo at $1, and then I buy Upstart at $13, sell at $14.50, and then it goes to fucking $30.
Not your
I
Those
average
are what
Jay. Appreciate the extra stream. This is fascinating. Thanks, Jfresh and Dork too. Thanks, man.
They don't need to do all of this to raise the capital to keep this going and get through the pandemic, or not the pandemic, sorry, to get through the crunch that's coming. They didn't need to go this hard. So I wonder if part of this is just hubris on the part of Jensen, that he really feels like he's a revolutionary and he just wants to kind of be that person, fill that void of, like the Bill Gates and the Steve Jobs. I
there's
don't know.
definitely a part of that. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it could be as simple as that, and then everybody else is just piling in. They don't want to be left behind in the bubble. Set a stop at 350 and at this point and ride it out. I don't know. But it doesn't make any sense.
The valuations don't make sense to me. They don't make there's.
I don't think they make sense to anyone.
No, I think even the people on the earnings call were, they had to quickly absorb that Nvidia just went up fucking 20%, and now they have to go ask questions about it.
Well,
it was crazy.
NQ's down about 40 BPS right now from close to reopen. So from close of session to the new session.
Yeah, ES is bear flagging.
And some of that's being realized in Nvidia's price, already back to like 380, which is more moderate, but still ridiculous.
What about what I'm driving? What's QQQ at?
I have no idea. Hold on. QQQ's at 335.
Oh, I'm okay with that. I hedged at 331.
Oh, okay.
Whew. Man.
Yeah,
what
I mean,
pump.
It was fun, but I think kind of more of the same. I think we're going to chop until more data. It still craves data. There's not enough to say which way we're going to go.
A big miss on GDP could send this thing back down.
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah. GDP price up, right? PCE prices on GDP up. And then also, there's a pretty high potential we see like a 1 or 2 point increase in that tomorrow. And then I think future growth on GDP down is really fucking bad. Because there's some serious overvaluations. A lot of them are hinging on that GDP staying above like 2.2% into the end of the year. Also, additional confirmation of stagflation, right? If growth is reduced once again after the preliminary report into continuously rising inflation, that's, the Fed can ignore the first report, right? Because it's preliminary, but like the second report, it's starting to get cemented in, right?
Yeah. Like at this point, the bulls don't really care so much about the rates. I think the kind of narrative has shifted a little bit with them. I mean, they're always shifting the goalposts on what is bullish, but they've said kind of the narrative is rates have been raised and nothing's really broken that badly, right? We're still chugging along.
Yeah.
We haven't had a recession yet. Everyone, Chicken Little cried the sky was falling, and we're still here. So I think that they're more interested at this point, like in those indicators, like you just said, like the GDP, unemployment, anything to show that, hey, we are tipping over too fast in the wrong direction, and the Fed won't be able to correct until it plummets. So, yeah, I mean, GDP could be big. I think PCE will come in ambiguously hot, and the bulls won't care.
Yeah, PCE data never gets weighted as much as it should.
I think, GDP and unemployment are big things right now. We'll see.
GDP is tomorrow morning before market open, I believe. let me double check that, but
8:30 a.m.
yeah.
And then pending home sales, year over year, month over month at 10 a.m.
Did you see
Fed
the
speeches.
did you see the 30-year rate? 6.69%.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, and the applications are down, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Applications and permitting is down. So we're starting to get a pullback in new home purchases, which means we're going to start to see a flood of liquidity in the housing market. So now that buying, the demand is dropping, supply is going to start to rise, and then we're going to see the next 6 months are about to get real fucking spicy on the MBS liquidity front.
It's interesting because I've been trying to get a handle on the market, and it's so regional, right? It's almost like a regional recession in the housing market. Like any market that's held up by tech has just been decimated at this point, and it's kind of pulling down the averages everywhere else. But there's still a ton of places, like in the southeast especially, the southeast, and a little bit in the Midwest even, where prices have held up quite well and have continued to be aggressive. And you hear a lot of stories in a lot of these regions where, because supply is so low, but demand is still there, because the job sectors haven't plummeted yet.
Yeah.
You're still getting multiple bids, and you're still getting
the housing markets. I've looked into it quite a bit, and the housing markets seem to be the most resilient, are ones where job growth remains strong and home prices remain low. Those home prices might be up over what they were like year over year, but against the national average, they're rock bottom.
Perhaps, but yeah.
What places nobody wants to live?
Huh?
Places nobody wants to live? That's?
I mean, it's not that nobody wants to live there. More people are moving there because housing prices are cheap and they work from home, right? So those market there's a shift. I mean, some of them, right?
I think a lot of what's happening is being hidden by the way that the statistics are being presented. We talk about median values and mean values, and we lose the skew, and we lose the kurtosis, or a fancy way of saying how fat the tails are.
Yeah.
We lose all that information, and I think that's where all of the useful information in this particular situation lies. And we're getting none of that.
Well, it's also difficult to match the data sets because a lot of the data that's used is from like Redfin and Zillow, and that's that's only you're kind of only looking at the ask, right? You're not seeing the bid, and then the Fed's only looking at the bid. And so there's a spread there that's not being analyzed at all.
I think we're just going to continue this frustratingly weird chop until something breaks one way or the other.
I mean, I still think positionally SPX is heading down.
I know, I agree. I think downside is more likely, but I don't think be prepared for those weird 2 or 3% pumps out of nowhere.
Yeah, those could persist.
Yeah, I mean it's still going to be extremely choppy.
I will say though, in our last few drops, where we rebounded 200 basis points on the backside of 0 DTE call purchasing, the entire way down we continued to see short puts being sold, and this time there's none in sight. I've only seen them closed out.
Today was the third day where we didn't see a big influx of short puts assisting the 0 DTE calls, and it turns out pretty much this whole year we've been seeing that duo working together to do what we've seen every day, right?
Yeah, which is drive VIX down and the market up.
That appears to be
does that.
down. Now we're only 3 days in, but that's 3 days of a change from a behavior that has persisted all year, right? So
yeah.
I'm pretty hopeful that, if these short puts aren't coming in, those 0DTE calls aren't going to do anything except lose value
I mean,
throughout the day.
today there were just no calls, right? Like I watched the like the call side of like Gamma all day, and there was just fucking nothing. Like there were 41 tens, and then when the big put capitulation happened, a bunch of like 41 20s came in, and then they all sold immediately on like a test of 41 30, and then the market just tanked right back down again.
Yeah, and the VIX came right back up. So those sold
Which
puts
is
came right back up.
by the way, that's normal behavior for the call side of the options chain, is to capitulate just like the bear side.
I was a little worried at the end of the day when all those puts started, when the VIX started dropping, because I was worried that those could be sold puts coming in to try to continue this mess that had paused for 2 days. But the fact that the VIX recovered, that's 3 days now that the short puts have ghosted the market, and we'll see if that keeps going. We're going to go down. I mean, the calls by themselves cannot sustain where we are on the options chain.
Yeah.
So I'm excited.
Is anybody actually buying a house at 6.7%? Like, do they think they're gonna get liquidity for a refinance? No one's gonna give it to you. If you buy a house right now, you're financing it like 2.3 times the value. So if you're not buying houses with cash, I wouldn't fucking touch one. Jesus Christ. And the homes are still overvalued. The home prices haven't dropped very much. 2 new neighbors last week. God, that's fucking... They won't be there for long. Are you going to pick up their houses at foreclosure auction?
Man, oh man, this is why I'm saving up cash, because you guys are making me so horny on the housing market.
You better keep winning on SPX every day.
Jesus Christ, if I could, man. Sometimes I'm like doing really good, and then I'm like, I'm gonna get this one thing, and then it just goes like down 50%, and I'm like, it'll get back up, and then it's gone.
I don't get why people are selling. I mean, I would sell right now. I'm
I'm
not, because my house is entirely equity. Well, it's mostly equity because of the manner in which it was obtained. But I mean, if I owned a house, I would absolutely fucking sell right now and rent someplace for 5 years, and then buy another house at a lower rate for fucking half the price I sold my home at.
That's a big risk for people with families, though, right? And it's a majority of single-family homeowners. I mean, not a majority, but a majority of normal people who have a single-family home that aren't rich. Doing something like that, upending your kids' lives. Like, I mean, it's a big risk too, right? Like, because if it doesn't pay off and you end up having to rent and home prices continue to go up, and then you're priced out of even just your previous home, it ends up affecting your future, right? So that's why people are so reluctant, and because moving out now, especially if you're locked in at a 3%, 2% interest rate when they're at 6.6 interest, like you really can't move. Like it's like the
well, that depends on your equity, though, right? Like how I mean, if you're at 3.25 and you're 80%, 90% equity in your home, it's an amazing time to sell. If you're fucking 30% underwater still, then it's really bad.
Yeah, and there's a lot of, I mean, there was a big boom in home buying, at those low rates, even through the peak. So, I mean, there's going to be a good amount of people who end up underwater on their equity. They're going to have a low interest rate, and so they're going to say, you know what, I just love my home, and then, right, the big kicker is if unemployment goes up, right, and the average single-family homeowner, 1% more of them lose their job, or sorry, 1% of them lose their job, then you end up with a huge problem. You end up with a big. Then they face a real big issue, because now, right, they may or may not be underwater on their home, but they still have a really high payment, or maybe it's not that high because they have a low interest rate, or maybe they do because they have a high interest rate. It doesn't even matter. those valuations are only going to be around for as long as those people don't, sell out of necessity, which that's the next step, right? That comes like maybe like a quarter after, unemployment. I think unemployment benefits last for 8 weeks. Is that right? Or no, it might be longer.
What, for
But
unemployment? It depends on what state you're in. It's anywhere from like 4 weeks to like 6 months.
yeah, so you immediately kick off this cycle.
But it's
Where
also, I mean, in almost every state, it's an immediately like 60% drawdown on your salary.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, that it starts the cycle almost immediately, especially if people can't like. There's a very large contingency of Americans who are living paycheck to paycheck, and they're making a decent amount of money. Like these people are making a lot of money, but they're living paycheck to paycheck, which means that they have really high maintenance costs, right? Like whether it's maintaining their finance or whatever, or their loans, their payments. There's a lot of them, and so if they and this comes with a lot of people coming into the workforce after 15 years of economic prosperity, essentially. Um, like they have no idea what it's like to be fearful of your job, right? They don't think that far ahead, and that's why they leverage up so hard with all these payments. And that's the thing, is we're super vulnerable. Like the most sensitive to unemployment is obviously regular people, but it's also the entire financial system. Is very sensitive to this as well. You'll see deposits start going down a lot. Like M2 will probably start to slow back down if it's growing by that point. You'll have obviously a credit crunch because no normal people are going to want to service their debt. Consumption of these iPhones and other expensive fucking gadgets is going to tank, and we're completely and totally acting like we don't have an over leveraged society right now, at least in our valuations of things. I mean, I can't really say that too much with, like, I think IWM is a little overvalued, but I mean, I wouldn't call it like insane.
QQQ is out of control. Like,
Yeah,
NQ.
QQQ is out of control. XRT is actually pretty undervalued right now, I think. But
yeah, retail's actually not. I was thinking about picking up some stuff. There are still some successful retailers, not many, but
yeah. So there's
looks like
there's
SPX is
sectors
still
that,
under delta neutral here from closing
yeah,
to futures price. It's about 38 BPS moves, so we're kind of right back where we tested on towards the end of the day. Say it with me, DDS. There's no DDS DD. I don't know what any of you were talking about. DDS does not look phenomenally priced, and it's not at the bottom of its channel. Okay, you all need to fucking relax.
I'm gonna have to blast you guys with really loud bird sounds again.
Okay, awesome.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are we going? I feel like we've talked about all of these things already. Now we're going in circles.
Mostly circles.
calls or puts.
What's left? What's left to discuss?
Calls or puts.
Both.
I already have that. That's not helping me.
I capitulate to Gherk's strategy. Just get both.
Wow.
Okay. Are you ready to admit that the straddle is the ultimate trading tool?
I wish I had put more thought into this earlier, but it makes perfect sense if they're underpricing IV. It means that you should buy it.
Yeah.
That's pretty simple, right?
That's what I do. I've done it every night since November.
Yeah.
It's been amazing.
Well, I bought calls today, and I'm really glad I started because
of NVIDIA.
went up 30% in after hours.
I'm very happy I hedged my NVIDIA puts. I couldn't be happier. I hope everybody was that smart.
I think there was the ambiance in the SPX channel was mostly positive. There were a few people who got burned.
Fuck.
Gotta feel bad, but a lot of people.
I mean, after the last earnings, how do you not? How do you not
But,
hedge?
but
Like, I don't even understand how you don't hedge the fucking upside there. It's the risk
but
is enormous.
I told Butt Connoisseur that, you know, as he openly states, he might be one of the dumbest people in that channel.
Yeah.
But he just made bank on Nvidia. I think he's going on vacation, so.
Nice. I'm not even
I'm
playing it.
confused. I bought a Symbian to participate in your straddle strat, and it's great, but I don't seem to be making any money. Film it. There's always an opportunity. SPX range for tomorrow between 4100 and 4180 due to uncertainty. I don't think there's that much uncertainty yet. I mean, there's a little overnight pump, but we just discussed that Nvidia could easily just to sell off tomorrow morning as it could stay up.
Yeah, I think that
I think there's a very good mechanical case for Nvidia dropping in price.
Yeah,
So
I
I might
think that
I might not short it, but I might. Well, I might. I shouldn't say I'm not going to short it. I might short it.
there might be a push to try to fill that upside gap tomorrow if futures holds up overnight, and you know Nasdaq futures and S&P futures hold up overnight. There's probably going to be a push for the gap, but I mean, in terms of like a trading range that makes sense, anywhere between 41.45 and 41.20 ish, 41.10 maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
But
4150 has some call interest, but still below like the faster gamma input, and you know, near delta neutral. So yeah, I guess the upside range of that maybe 4152. That doesn't seem outside of the bounds of possibility, but VIX is also up above 20. That's gonna have some effect. Oil's down tonight.
yeah, I don't expect a gap fill.
VIX futures dropped a little bit, but not much. US dollar is down against the yen, which is interesting. Dixie's up.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Yields are pretty much down across the board. What about T-bills? T-bill futures also down. So that actually is interesting. Russell and Dow continue to trend away from ES and NQ, which makes it harder for ES and NQ to stabilize higher prices because they do share a lot of big company names together, especially between Dow and like ES. And then ES gets dragged down by Dow, and then that drags down Nasdaq.
It's a whole convoluted mess.
Short Lilly or Nvidia? I mean, I'm short both already, but I might buy some near the money puts on Nvidia, like maybe like short dated, and just see what happens with all these spreads and all these sold calls that got buried, because some of those people are not going to want to lose their money so readily. And if they do, if institutions do, and they're getting assigned on those shares, you know, the call buyers are not just selling the calls off, then you know those people are going to be incentivized to sell as well, right? Because they're up massively.
I got to drop.
Yeah, same here. I'm gonna take off. It's been a fun one. Thanks for talking, guys.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on.
See you later. All right, everyone. I'm gonna head out. That's enough chit-chatting about this. Yeah, absolutely. I'll see you guys around or in the morning. Have a good night, everyone.